私あなたに恋するために生まれたのかしら。薄い風越しに言うは一人つぶやく愛して当たり続ける愛情暗い密室の中で愛しいあなたの顔触れでなででみたいな。これは逆さま綺麗な女の子のそんなに好きなら言って殺しでを見つめるは燃える写真映るあの子今どうしてるかしら。あたしのこと好きにさせるわ。ほらこんなに愛しているからあなたを釘付け標本にしたいわ。なんであなた泣いてるの。どうしたの俺のこと段ボールに詰め込んだ体を抱いてあげる。ドアの向こう側にプレゼントを置くの。あなたが好きな子猫の首を毎日一つずつ燃える写真映るあの子そんな子いたのかしら。愛してるよそれがほら軽すぎて手が出るわよね。あたしはあなたを永遠愛してる。私あなたに恋するために生まれたのかしら。薄い風越しに言うは一人つぶやく愛して当たり続ける愛情暗い密室の中で愛しいあなたの顔触れでなででみたいな。これは逆さま綺麗な 言って殺しでを見つめるは燃える写真映るあの子今としてるかしら私のこと好きにさせるわほらこんなに愛しているからあなたを釘付け標本にしたいわなんであなた泣いてるのどうしたの俺のこと段ボールに詰め込んだ体を噛んであげるドアの向こう側にプレゼントを置くのあなたが好きな米粉の栗を毎日一つずつ燃える写真映るあの子そんな子いたのかしら愛してるよそれがほら軽すぎて親出るわよね私はあなた
Wait, to yours or both?
Hello. It's Safi. Safi, say hi.
Hi. Hello. Wait, where are you?
Where am I?
Where are you? Where's your thing?
Am my thing not working? Oh,
You're not showing up on my thingamajig.
maybe I need to relog into it.
Maybe I need to. Oh, you could. I also might need to. Do I need to restart VTube Studio for that to work?
Does that work? Am I there
Small
now?
technical difficulties.
Am I there?
Reactive don't go. You're not. I might need to restart VTube Studio. I'm gonna disappear for a second, guys.
Oh no!
Get down here.
Safi's not disappearing over here though.
Yeah, I'm over on you fracture side. You can see me there.
I could make Safi bigger for you guys.
I don't
There's a
need
lot
to be
of
big.
empty space. I make them big. I make them big. Look how
I
big.
could be about the same size as you. That's too big. No, I'm blurry.
You got a lot of empty space for some reason, so I have to like move you around. There we go.
Oh, I gotta reconnect it with V-Bridger.
V-Bridger.
Where'd you go?
V-Bridger.
Gotta reload my head pat.
Guy, you remember
Okay.
a long time ago, Safi and I tried to play a game, and then I think there was weather. Because Safi's internet hates weather.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to. Well, here we are, playing something entirely different than whatever we were going to play then, because I don't remember what it was.
What was it? You're on my tail.
What tail?
I have a tail. Did you know I have a tail?
It's not on your reactive, so I forgot. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not.
I could have a tail.
Oh.
But I don't.
What kind
So
of
I
tail
don't
are
have
you
one.
gonna have?
I'm not going to. I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry.
I'm not a furry, I'm a gooey. Wait, like
I know too many
floating
cat
way up
people.
here now.
Don't
Because
quack at
cats are the
me.
best.
Cats are pretty good. I'm really partial to my dog. She's great. She's great. She's in my lap. We're playing a platformer game, and Renji's going to laugh at us. Renji, did you see the redeem that I put
There's
in just for you? You want to give it a good old college try there?
Everybody, make sure you're on both sides of this stream. It is gonna
There
be
you
a
go.
2 POV kind of thing.
That's just for you, and don't get used to it because I will be removing it.
That's great. Look at you with your cat ears. We match. Okay.
That was really loud. Well,
What?
well,
I
I don't know what to tell you.
Real quick. I just gotta hi to everybody.
I turn the sound down loud. Alerts down a little bit. Hi. Hi. Sophie's talking to chat now. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, how's everybody? I hope we're all doing good today. I got my buttons working.
I gotta go back to work tomorrow. I don't wanna.
Why? I would say don't, but it's kind of.
I'm out of sick leave. I've already used it because of my mental brain goopy worm things.
You got a Sophie tail in your brain?
Yeah, but there's like a bunch of them, and they're more like parasitic. Brain is confused because I've got echo and I'm trying to active.
I don't hear echo.
Renji's got both streams up.
Oh.
All right. So we're gonna play this game. I'm sure it'll go great because I'm great at parkour. I don't know about Safi. Safi, are you good at parkour?
I think I'm okay at jump puzzles. I used to play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, and there's quite a few in there.
14. Which one's that?
That's the online one.
Oh. I did not play a lot of that. I got lost because apparently play MMOs too zoomed in.
That'll do it. Honestly, though, when you first start, it is pretty easy to get lost, especially if you don't know how the map works,
Especially if
or if
you're
you have your map
lost in a
turned
bush.
wrong. How did you get lost in a bush?
Because I play like I'm playing a like Skyrim in third person. Like my character, I can see it. Especially also my character is a babu, so tiny.
Is a what?
A babu.
Oh, you play a Lalafell.
I'm babu.
I'm Babu. I play Mikote though.
All right, are you ready to get started?
Almost. I want to not be chibi anymore. Has it been 10 minutes? It's
Oh.
only been 4.
Okay, 6 more minutes of chibi chatting.
It's alright.
Tell us your chibi genius. I don't know what I was trying to say.
Sophie of the Chibi, what is your wisdom?
Yeah, that's it. Chibi wisdom.
If you move fast, you're less likely to get stepped on.
Oh. That's not what I thought you would say. I thought it would be something unrelated to being chibi.
As someone
I can't do shared chat. I don't use Chrome. I don't have Chrome.
Yet.
I use GX.
Mushroom says that it takes two is Beginner friendly. I've only had 1 cup of coffee. The enemy of the game is latency.
Can we do... Wait. We could have done the collab thing. Does the collab thing require Chrome too?
I don't think so. You mean knock? Knock, knock.
Hold on, I'm not on dashboard.
Wait.
I don't know how the
I don't
knock
like this.
works. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't either.
Okay,
This is
there
weird.
it is. I see it.
Hi, slime.
Only supports Chrome and Firefox.
Bleh.
Oh my god. Alright, fine. I'll download fucking Chrome. I'm not logged in on Chrome though. Ugh. Safi, if you were a chibi, if you were able to toggle between chibi and real life, how often would you be chibi?
Could I also toggle between being taller?
Yeah. So
I would be taller more.
I'm used to climbing on counters. I think I'm fine with my height.
I'm old. I can't keep climbing on counters anymore. It hurts.
I didn't say it
Things
didn't
pop
hurt,
that
but I'm
didn't used to
stubborn as
pop.
hell. My fiance sees me dragging a chair and he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you need,
Reaching.
Alkin?"
There's some of my kitchen shelves that are just like way, way too tall. Like, I don't think who could reach those? They're like 8 feet up. Like, what the hell?
What?
I have very high ceilings.
Please send it to my phone. All right. Fine. That's fine. I know my passwords. No, I don't. Run button. Well, that's not it. Rip. Passkey. Do I have one of those? Okay. No. Got it. Twitch. Don't take. Continue. Oh my gosh. I got it. Don't worry about it. This screen is really bright. Okay. Dashboard. Okay, Safi, knock again.
Knock, knock.
Okay,
I don't
get out of
want
my
to
way.
use my microphone. You can already hear me. You don't need it.
There we go. Whoa.
Hmm?
What is this window?
My hair. What's I don't understand the knock thing.
Use my microphone? No, we
No,
don't need that.
need it.
Okay. Host enabled shared chat. How do I do that? Oh, is this the shared chat?
Wait,
Or is this your chat? Renji!
Somebody type in use chat.
Renji, how do I do the shared chat?
Wait, do we pop
You
it
should
out?
display an icon. What icon?
Let me do that. And then where's there's
Did you find the icon?
no, it doesn't seem to be
Shared chat. It's not a button. It says that I have to enable it. Who am I the host? Or are you the host?
I might be the host. How do I enable it? In settings?
I got a window that popped open that's got both of our
Session.
things, like in a call. And it's on the side. Guys, this is
Don't
so
want that.
confusing.
It is really confusing.
Did you get a window that popped open?
I did get a window. I'm looking through that window for... I don't see anything about sharing chat, though.
You don't see the shared chat on the side? Under manage? Alright, let me send you a screenshot of my screen.
Wait.
Did you
I
find
was
it?
in a different thing.
Oh.
There!
Okay, got it.
I am not the most technologically, savvy. Staffy.
Oh, nice. Great, great. Do I have to keep this open?
Do
Can I
no
close
longer
these
have to
windows?
keep yours open?
Can I close my browser windows?
I'm gonna keep those open.
I'm gonna close my dashboard.
I'm gonna keep mine open
And I'll
just
keep
in
the
case.
chat thing open. Okay. All right. We got it, guys. Don't worry about it.
I think we good?
We good? Fade other communities chat see me.
I didn't click on that.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
everything seems good.
we got it.
Good. Great. Wonderful.
We
All
did
right.
it. We're learning.
Don't worry, that's not
I'm
a
good.
show of how this is going to go, I promise. Pro gamer.
Oh, I cannot
I'm a
be
pro gamer.
unchibi now.
You're a chibi again?
No, I'm unchibi now.
Okay. Are you guys ready for the game now?
I think we can finally start playing.
Okay,
now
you
you
gotta
only need
switch.
to type in one chat. Yay.
3, 2, 1, it's gonna be loud. Ta-da! Game time.
It should
Now
pop
I only
open.
need to
There
type
it
in
is.
one chat. Alrighty, kiddos. Little beans. Goonies. You ready, Safi?
Yes.
You're still setting up your screen, aren't you?
I'm done. I'm ready.
Okay. Alright. Let's proceed. If you guys see
proceed.
stuttering, no you didn't. There might be too much
Oh,
coloring things.
I
Shrink it.
Hey.
may need to turn some settings
How was your
down.
day?
Great. The toaster
stuttering?
broke
I
and
told
Rose
you.
refused
I
to eat her
warned you.
vegetables.
You did warn me.
How did it go at the dentist?
The dentist?
Don't tell me you forgot about the dentist appointment.
No, I didn't forget. I thought you were taking her tomorrow.
No, it was today. I'm working tomorrow.
But it's Saturday.
I know, I've got to work overtime.
What, you have to do that every week?
Oh, Cody, I'm not in the mood for this discussion again.
Hey, Rose needs both of us, okay?
That's not fair. Using her.
I'm not using her. I'm just stating a fact. Why don't we just go ahead and tell her that we're divorcing?
Oh, just like that?
We're
Yeah.
divorcing, Sophie.
Oh damn!
Meg, this...
I don't want to divorce you.
Well,
Let's
I'm
not
tired of
tell her.
you getting goo everywhere
stay
and
friends
slurping my
instead.
brain.
Yes.
But it's so
Let's stay
delicious.
friends forever. I love you, Cody. I love you too, May.
That kid's brave. I would have never said my parents' name, even if I was by myself.
I know, right?
I don't even think I knew their name at that age. Alright. Sophie, which one do you want?
I want the blue hair.
I kind of figured that would happen.
I'm
I also wanted
sorry.
the blue hair.
I know, I figured. Sorry.
You guys noticed she made her dad really chubby. She's like, Dad's got a
Hey,
dad bod.
honey.
Let's dad
just-
bod.
Take Elephant a sec. All right. Rose. Honey, you know we love you, right?
Yeah?
Scheme starts heavy.
Sometimes that
Right.
means that,
We're already getting a talk.
we
Well,
have to
we're
do
already
stuff
giving
that
a
isn't always
talking.
very fun.
What we're trying to say, darling, is that... Well,
She got her mom's accent. Is that how
Mum
that
and
works?
Dad.
I don't feel like that's how that works.
we've decided to
It's
go our
weird
separate
if
ways.
the mom wasn't home to raise her. Mom seems very career driven.
Mhm.
Can I go and play in my room?
Yeah, of course, sweetie.
I guess it also maybe depends on like where they live.
True. She's got a
Like-
cool room though.
Damn, she does. Her room's bigger than mine.
I was
the
about to
accent
say
from
Peppa
Sushi.
Pig.
Oh,
There was
yeah,
a
I
lot of
forget
kids
that's
that
a
did
thing.
that, got the accent from that.
You know, that's how I got my accent. Like, my parents both have, like, really thick southern accents. And I'm over here with my TV accent.
I think mine.
That's not your room, kid.
I don't know how I ended up with mine. My stepdad's from California, and my mom was from Indiana, but she ended up with
Dr.
a really
Hakim,
thick
you
drawl.
have to help me now.
Yeah,
We have
no,
to
that's what
stay
happened with my
together.
mom. She also, like, she's also from Indiana, but got a drawl.
Maybe the combination
Look,
just ended up with a
It says
nice,
here,
clean
love is
accent.
work, see?
I just figured
You
know,
have to
'cause
work
my mom
on
has
it.
lived here for so long.
You can't just give up. Mom,
Like,
Dad,
she's lived in this state
I
longer
wish you
than
could
she
be
lived in
friends
Indiana
again.
at this point. By
Sophie,
far.
when do we stop being friends?
I don't know. I thought we were friends.
Why are we divorcing then?
I just don't love you anymore.
I'm on the chat. Help! I'm heartbroken.
I'm sorry. I just, you know, I have roomie. He's got a leaf on his head.
I think he's made out of a stick. Which begs the question, who whittled him?
Great question.
Ah!
Oh, what is this?
Speaking of leaves,
What is?
Help!
my peppers and my tomatoes are coming out.
Yay!
Sleep. Shut up.
Shut up!
Hey, is that you?
Cody!
This is all your fault!
Why'd you look like a blob of clay?
Why do you look like a wooden doll?
Wait, he's clay.
Look.
Can't hear you on Sophie's side.
I'm working on it.
Oh no. Look at that.
Nope, not that.
What have you done?
Is the audio okay on this side?
Why do you always blame me? Huh?
I forgot to start
Yes.
Discord on
Why
the
do
main
you
screen.
always blame
Sorry.
me?
Thank you. Oh!
What is that?
That's a book!
I'm Dr. Hakim.
Why has it got
worldwide bestseller
ribbon
and
on
an
it?
expert on love.
Probably
Your
'cause a kid
daughter
made it.
purchased me. She was lucky. I was the last copy because I was selling the best. I've helped millions of couples, and now I will help you two to get together again.
This is definitely a nightmare. I need to wake up.
No! No! Oh, May! May!
Why did you do that?
Oh, you're back!
You disintegrated,
Oh,
wasn't that Thanos?
You can't wake
But like
up
an
here.
opposite?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Book. So, how do you
Dr.
wake up?
Hakim.
Cody, May, you're here to fix your relationship.
We just fixed it.
Yeah. We're, divorcing. It's all good.
No! I will help you fix your relationship.
Wait, is that Puss in
Chapter
Boots?
1. Fix your relationship. Plus,
Or is he
I
trying
promise
to
your
sound
daughter
like
to
Puss in Boots?
fix your marriage. See,
I
love
think he's
is
trying to
like a
have that
mountain.
kind of
Oh,
accent,
like
yes.
rivers,
May,
runs,
May, it's Rose.
flowers growing in the grass.
Come on, let's
No,
get
but
to
I mean
her.
like the
She must know what's
tone
going
and
on.
gravel of his voice.
Butterflies floating in the mountains. Like
I've heard a few
lovebirds.
actors
You know
with
what I'm
that kind of
saying?
thing,
Hello?
though.
Hello?
Who knows who they're trying to imitate? No way it's Antonio Banderas. Is it? Whoa. It's
How
still
do we get
split
up to
screen.
her?
Oh, the stairs over there.
But
Gosh.
we can't reach them. We're tiny.
Well, let's find a way.
Ah! Okay. Ah! Okay. This is liver. There's a liver.
Hey, May! Help me out! Oh! Whoa, May!
Explosion.
May, they're alive! What is going on here?
Are we
no
in Toy
clue.
Story?
But whatever's
We
going
are
on,
toys.
we can't lower that staircase without those fuses.
Time to get them
Those
fuses.
fuses? They just ran
Pretty sure
away!
it
I mean,
isn't
did
him,
you
but
see them
most
on their
likely
little fuse
you are
legs?
Toy Story.
Worry about that later. Let's just bring them back.
You know, people in Infinity Nikki hate the blue and
Hey, my
yellow
body
scheme,
feels
but I
weird.
actually really like
Because
the
you're
blue and
made
yellow
of
color scheme.
clay. Keep your
I'm
eyes
not
on
bothered
the
by
fuses.
it. Where's it?
Hey.
Up there? Okay, I can
Don't
get
you
it.
feel
I got
weird?
it.
I mean, you're
I
made of
definitely
wood.
got it. I
Bit
definitely
stiff.
got it.
Same here.
I'm going
It's getting
faster.
better the more I move.
I hope so.
Oh, Cody, will you please
Wait,
focus?
how did?
All right,
oh,
all right.
Okay, I didn't think we
Let's
could
get
get up
those
this.
fuses.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's trapped. Let's get it out of there.
Ooh, that's
My butt.
dangerous.
I just butt pounded into some glass. Where did it go?
Ooh,
Oh, did it go up?
cool. Yeah.
Oh, get back here!
Oh, jeez.
This-
Oops.
I find the split screen very distracting.
I don't like the sound of that.
Me
How did it go up?
Okay, okay.
I'm already
Go
lost.
towards the two. Oh, wait, no.
Round button.
Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Look at the. Turn more right. See how there's two little slats? You see the arrows?
Oh.
There you go.
Okay. I did not see those before. What you
need
doing
double
over
jump.
there?
Hanging out. What is that all for? What? See?
Cody, watch your head!
You watch your head.
I am.
I've got a button to
Ouch.
protect my head there.
Back.
Wee.
Hey.
Can you please coordinate with me, Cody?
Excuse me.
All right.
Jump and slide on the surface. What? It left again.
Oh, here we go. Nope.
Why over the wall? Why over the wall?
There is a space.
It went over the wall.
Land there. Yeah, there you go.
I thought there was a gap there. I couldn't see.
What?
By the way, your paws. Ah. Okay, hold on. How am I supposed to set this up? Is it gonna be really small?
I should
that
have a
better?
death counter.
Death counter.
Where are you?
I had to fix.
Oh, you're POV.
We have to. Okay, I see.
There we go. Well,
Do you
that's
think
big.
you die if you
Okay,
touch
stand
this?
under-
Well,
Yes.
glad you tested that and not me.
What? I really need a death counter. Nope. Oh, it's square.
Is that good? No, 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 no.
Nope. Oh, yep. 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 Ah!
Stay. Stay. What? What?
What'd you do?
Why'd I die?
Why'd you die?
That one doesn't count. It was bullshit.
Ooh, that's
Oh, I think
this powers up for Saw.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Push. Whoa, okay. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Whoa! Whoa!
Told you I got it.
Wow. Hey, May, did you see my flip? Let's do it again.
Oh, we're not here to do flips.
Oh no, you're right.
I would want to
This is serious. We're hunting fuses with legs.
All right, this is the last one. Let's put
This
it
is
in.
serious, Cody.
Oh, perfect.
Let's go.
Speed death counter, you're already modding.
Wow.
Death counter would be a full-time job. How did they hurt? They're dull.
What just happened?
I have too many
Oh,
beverages
those
now.
Damn fuses. Oh.
May, there she is.
My
Rose.
slushy is here, guys. I'm
Rose,
talking about to match my
darling.
VTuber.
Hola! God, not you again.
Oh, move out of the way, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, get out of the way. I need to go and talk to my daughter. Just
Your daughter? Oh, you talk like you own her. Ask yourself, can you really own the people you love?
you just let us through. Come on.
I will. But
Slushy.
first, there's someone I want you to meet. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Ta-da!
Oh, what the hell is that?
Why do I recognize your voice?
Me?
Dang.
Sounds
What?
ominous.
No. we,
He does,
we've never
like
met.
the church organ
Sorry.
from
Looks a bit like a
Christmas.
vacuum cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is your vacuum cleaner. Yo, vacuum, ¿qué pasa? You know who this
pasa?
guy is? Let me tell you, this is Cody. You know, the guy who suck up all kinds of crap in your stomach.
Oh,
That's
no,
his
that's
job,
not.
though.
That's you!
So-
You ruined
Sounds
my
fun.
bowels with all that crap!
Crap! What? I was just sucking up dust. That was
I'm
it.
gonna
Just...
turn off the chat this way.
Oh, that's
Get there.
disgusting. Oh, look, there it is.
You call that just?
That's
Well,
a
I mean,
battery.
you know, some of it, it's.
So that's why it broke down. It was your fault.
Oh, there.
You
Wait, that's me.
Mr.
It wasn't me. I definitely
Thank
don't
you.
vacuum things I
Instead,
shouldn't with my
You put
vacuum.
me away for life in here!
I got it for Christmas.
Yeah, you could also click Sophie's name in the title there, or I actually don't know how the shared thing works, so there might be an easier way. But definitely check out Sophie's.
Check out both sides.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
You want to get back to Rose?
Sparkly.
yes.
You want to talk to your daughter?
yes.
Where do we
Then
get
you need to
Sparkle?
climb the vacuum together.
Oh, come on.
Why are you doing this to us?
Because you two must learn
Sparkle.
collaboration.
Collaboration.
Aha!
Now.
You know,
Now?
collaboration is the
Aren't we
key
technically
to a
already
successful
Yeah, I was about to say, Sophie, it's too late for the no.
Collaboration. You understand?
Why is he wiggling
Now,
himself like
See you
that?
later. Hasta la vista. Good luck.
Bye-bye now. Crazy book.
This would never have happened if you hadn't broken it.
Oh,
Why you always
well, this
blaming
would
me?
never have happened if you had fixed it like you promised.
Well, I didn't know we'd end up in a place where our vacuum cleaner's alive.
Well, now we are. Huh? Maybe we're stuck here forever.
Forever? No way. We're getting a divorce.
Yeah, I know we're getting a divorce, but we can't do that unless we get back into our real bodies.
Okay. Let's climb that damn vacuum cleaner.
Luna, thanks for the follow.
You know, I wonder where that annoying book even came from.
What is that? Ah,
Rose
bugs.
bought him.
Bugs.
Kill the
It doesn't
bugs.
sound like a book she would
Kill the
buy.
bugs.
More
There's
like a pretentious
ants.
self-help book you'd buy.
No, self-help books
They
are
don't
very
die.
important to some people, okay?
Forget about the book. Let's get to Rose.
That's some bull. Why don't they die? Ugh. Dang, I realized too late that I needed to jump.
Can't walk in sludge. Why is
You want ants? Because that's how you get ants. What is that? Ah!
No.
That wasn't too bad.
Oh god. Seeing Sophie come through right after is hilarious. Wait, that's sucking down, isn't it? Is it? Yep.
Yep, sure is.
Oh, I see.
May,
Okay, you
jump
go
inside
in.
the hose.
I promise
Try
I
not
won't
to
spray
drop
you
me.
in a weird spot. Okay, do you want to do the
You
aim?
want to try aiming?
Okay, you aim.
No, I think-
Cody,
yeah.
get inside!
Please
ready?
be gentle.
Okay, now we're ready.
Okay, it's reversed. Bing. Yep, it's reversed now. That one looks like we need to aim it too, doesn't
Ah, I fell in some stuff.
it? Ew, what is that? Something's watching us.
What is this sludge? Like, who lets their who lets their undershed get that sludgy?
Apparently you. This is definitely your shed. This one first. Maybe. Yeah, okay. You go in that other side and then push the button. And then up here.
All right, the current has reversed.
Why do they have antennas?
What has antennas?
What is
Oh.
that?
I don't know. I'm gonna jump in.
Can't breathe.
Ah! I still feel like they're a little too calm about what's happening.
That was
Yeah,
kind of
personally.
fun,
this
actually.
is their shed, right?
Not bad.
After you.
Don't let go.
What happened if I let go?
Switched.
Oh, that was kind of violent. Okay, Safi, you gotta turn off the thing so that I can come through. Nice. Don't push me into.
One.
Okay, I'm holding it. But. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, do I have to let go after? Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't let go. I can't let go. I can't let go. I can't let go.
How do I dash? Ah.
Square.
Okay, how about I hold this one and you dash?
Okay, you'll have to switch when you can let go.
Shoot, so close.
Ah.
Alright. Go, Safi, go! Go, Safi, go!
I'm going. No.
Do you want the shorter dash? Do you want to try the first one again?
Yeah. Hey, I got it. I made it. Go.
Oh, shoot, a crouch!
Damn, too
Dang.
slow.
I hit the I didn't know this was a crouch. I didn't realize that was a crouch button. We got it this time, guys.
You can double dash.
Yes, I know.
You did it.
I just hit the wrong button.
That was totally worth some electrocution.
Was it really?
Definitely. Do you go in here?
Oh no, I missed.
Oh god.
Apparently you
Oh
have
god.
to aim your phone.
You haven't been aiming your fall? B. Oh no, I can't turn my camera. I can't turn my camera. Yep. Where's Sophie? It's dark in here.
It is dark. How high? There you are.
How high?
How high can you jump?
You can't.
This looks dangerous.
Just time your jumps.
I don't know how to time things.
no.
Oh god, this is
It's this
nauseating. Ah! Sophie got
you remember
flashbacks to
that?
chain together. I actually just clipped that. Or I was looking at the clips for that. I wasn't paying attention in the chat. I was just stupid. You can fix one of those things. Maybe you should do the wheel.
All right, give it a whirl.
How do I give it a whirl?
You're whirling it. Okay. I'm over here.
Do I keep whirling?
Oh, hold on. I found something. I found something. You don't have to keep whirling, though. Bam. Now it will spin for you automatically. Automatically.
How do
Hold. Jump and hold. You gotta jump into the wall, though.
Nope.
Sophie, you can turn your camera so it's forward. Like, face the thing. There you go. Not on top of it, you're grabbing the flat side.
Nope. I don't hold it. How do I hold it?
Hold the jump at it and hold the jump button. And then it'll spin. And you can jump off. Jump off?
Whew, we made it over.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
let's keep moving.
Okay.
We're getting closer to
Oh god.
Yeah, let's keep moving. We're getting closer to the top.
I didn't know they flipped down.
Oh, I missed. Keep missing. No!
Are you enjoying yourself?
Wait, no.
I don't think this lever having a great.
Oops. Why is this? What the hell?
Okay, they're in a straight line now, though, so it
Yeah.
should be better now, right?
Yeah, it should.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. Wait. Whoop. Yeah. I was trying to. There you go. I didn't think it was gonna be Sophie struggling with the platforming. I'm doing fabulous. I've had way more practice. Hey, welcome. Okay, okay, hold on. So, only jump on it when it's green. Ready? Oh, too fast. I have to switch the thing.
I thought I could jump over the river.
Alright, go ahead, it's green. Okay, go. Go. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
You were going so fast last time. Okay.
This time.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Go.
ready. And now. Okay.
Stop laughing. How many of these deaths have been murders? The one.
Few.
A few?
Ready. Ready.
Self-murder
Some are
isn't
self-murder.
murder. Okay. And go.
Ready?
And go.
That's
Oh,
close.
I couldn't see.
Too steamy.
And go. Wait! Okay, that was murder. We're even now.
That was accidental murder. It was manslaughter.
And go. Oh, I overshot
wasn't
it.
me.
Can I spin the camera? No,
Maybe.
it's too close. Okay. And go. And go. Wait!
Go!
No, I didn't. And go. Whoop. Okay, save myself. And go. What happened?
Why did you die?
I have no idea. How did we make it through the chain together so well? We didn't.
We got to those fan blades and that was it.
Okay. Whoop. That was my bad. Okay. Selfie's getting my death. Wait. Ah. And go. Okay. I keep
See,
double
it's not that
jumping.
Sorry. That one was me.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Watching this, I think I have to.
I thought you were.
I was reading the chat. Okay. Go. And go.
You can take it. I believe
Okay, thank God. Are these moving away or okay? Oh God, the spinning. Safi, these spin. Try to get in the middle. Okay. For some reason, they spin faster if you're standing on them. What the fuck is that shit?
it's gravity. So,
Is this a fire hazard?
yeah,
Yes.
clean up your shed.
Well, Cody doesn't come in here. This is your shed.
Fight.
Where are we going? I guess this way.
Ah.
Oh, interesting. Is that going? No, that's sucking down.
Oh.
Oh, I see. I gotta jump into it. I sure hope so. Alright.
I didn't know you were reading it. This thing's not the easiest to control. I think I got it pointed right.
Okay. Ready?
Yes? Maybe. Why did you...
Why didn't it do
You're not
anything?
going through
I
the
was
thing.
right in it. Wait. Oh, okay, wait. I didn't realize these cards were connected. It's way easier than it looks, Sophie. We overdid it. Where are we going? Oh, through there? Okay, you straight up just walked through a fan blade.
It wasn't going.
Pelvic thrust. Why was that a thing I could interact with?
I'm not sure. For funsies?
It was kind of fun. Oh wait, I don't know.
Oh, behind us. Nope. Not behind us.
Are you sure?
Oh wait, over there.
It did not want me to double jump. Okay, you cannot stand on the pipe. Okay, we're going... Oh, how did you get in there? Oh.
I went in the pipe.
What?
This vacuum like me.
It is evil, but you would be too if you were broken.
That was a little too much.
I feel
Oh
sick.
no. Okay, I'm going first this time. Right. Ready? No!
I'm gonna have a little hydrate. Stretch my hands.
I have too many beverages.
Share. Give me your slushie.
No. I knew you were gonna ask for that. Oh my god.
Oh, this is why we can watch each other's screens.
Okay. Okay.
Yay!
Would you like to push the button?
I like it. Thank you. But
Okay, I see. Oh, okay. I'm gonna push the button. You stand on this. You gotta. It's a time thing. Ready?
on this? Yeah. Where am I going?
You're gonna jump into the section. Right there.
Okay.
And then I have to run and aim.
Gotta hit
No.
the button again.
Alright. Ready?
Ready. I'm in.
I thought that would be way more time.
Oh, gee. That was not the button I wanted to hit.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm going a different way. Okay, so. Oh, where am I going? Glad I didn't have to aim because I was not aware of what was happening.
I gotta aim. I gotta aim.
Where are you aiming?
Get down here, vacuum!
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, I think we can use some of this dust and other stuff.
More.
Do I have to hit the button again? No, I can't pick these up. Oh, I can't move these. Well, there I go. Whee! Oh, I have to move the thing. Okay, gotcha. Wait. Is that working?
Trying to aim. You may have to double jump and dash.
Is it pretty far?
There you go.
Down.
Talk about dead weight.
What's happened?
Oh, I think we both have to push this.
It's not a dead weight, it was never alive. Yeah, cutscene parkour we didn't have to control.
Yay!
Oh no, it's a boss fight.
You destroyed my digestion!
You're welcome.
Shouldn't have been set up
Put
in
me
the
away
shed.
to rot in here! Now you will both die!
No, wait! I can still fix you. I can make you work again.
No more lies!
Oh, no. She's right. She's an engineer. A really good one. You are. You're very good.
Ha! Hey, Vacuum!
Compliment.
Are you really gonna believe that, huh? Because I
Shut
would
up,
not.
you stupid
Listen
book.
to him.
Yeah, what
Once
the
I get
fuck,
my
book?
real body back, I can fix you.
Oh, is that so? Then why did you buy the expensive Turbo X2000, huh?
Hey!
What? You've replaced me with the Turbo
This book is a bitch.
X2000. A
This book is a little
pretentious
bitch.
French vacuum who can't even suck properly. I'll show you who's the
How
best.
dare it be French?
Ah!
I was gonna make a
Well,
comment.
okay,
It would be
I'm
too
out of here.
size.
See you later. Good luck. Come on.
Uh-oh. That book's an instigator.
It is.
I don't want this junk in me.
Ah!
This vacuum is insane!
No kidding.
Oh jeez, what the fuck?
Okay, I will go aim.
Hey. You also ate. Oh, I suck.
Oh, I wasn't made for this.
How do you like that?
Ah, you look. Ah!
You're not so scary,
Ow.
small.
Stop it!
I've played plenty of Final Fantasy 14. I can do this.
Burning crackpot.
How many of these does he have?
Too many.
No, stop! That burns!
Keep it going!
Ah!
Maybe old, but I
Fine.
still have some
Oh, what is that? What is that?
Doesn't sound good.
I
The
don't
fuck
see
were
your
those?
fire blanket. Oh, now I'm hungry.
Ow! You bitch! Oh my god!
Oh, he's throwing. Oh jeez.
That wasn't fair. He dropped something on my head and I wasn't expecting it.
I think that's part of it.
I don't see your fire blanket.
Don't put that up there with me. Jeez, how are we supposed to use it?
Oops. Oh no.
Oh, I wasn't made
He was
for
making
this.
sounds like he was hit.
I'm in control down here.
Deep concentration. Oh my god. Yep.
I have more than dust for you.
Wait, I wasn't aiming.
Regret coming here. No, stop! That burns.
Keep it going!
Can your French vacuum do this?
Yes, probably. With some enhancements. Perhaps. Okay. I know what to do now. I know what to do now.
Suck on this. No one will
Blow him up!
have some of your junk back.
Raining garbage.
Oh my! What's in there?
See, now he's not smashing the thing.
Take your
Ground.
burning crap back.
Hold on. No! Pokemon zombie!
Round one again.
Ah!
You
Stay alive!
the charm, right?
Yeah. See, the ground pounding and the shit falling from the sky so your head hits the things faster. Not the greatest.
May, I wasn't ready.
Yeah, May, I wasn't ready.
I wasn't made for this.
Keep it going!
I'm in control down here.
That had a jump on
I don't see your fire blanket.
I don't have a fire blanket. It's a regular blanket. It's actually got snowflakes on it. I got snowflakes.
Strong
Gone.
vacuum. No, stop! That burns!
How do you like that, dustbag?
I'll blow you to bits!
This is fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You're gonna regret coming here. Take your burning crap back! No one replaces me. Stop that!
Now you stop it.
Die under this garbage!
There's a run too. Whee! There's a
Oh,
run.
there's a run.
I have more than dust for you!
Ow!
Wait. Was it really?
Drown in your garbage!
Ow. No! That was bullshit. Wait. Okay. Okay.
What? You're back again? I don't want this junk in me.
Die! Thank God. Hit it! Sophie!
Wait.
He stopped.
Yeah. Time to finish this.
What are we doing?
No, stop! They're not meant to be used that way!
Suck his eyes out.
Whoa, May!
No!
You think this is too much?
Kind of. But he tried to kill us.
Sorry,
Oh
vacuum.
wait, this is fucked up.
This is a little fucked up.
I don't remember. I didn't remember that. We murdered a vacuum.
We have to find Rose before she leaves.
I hope she knows what's happened to us.
Well, she must know something. I mean, she made these dolls.
She made these? Yeah. Well, why did she make them look like us?
On the murder.
I don't know.
Why didn't you tell me about them?
Well, why would I? She's a kid. She plays with all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, come on, let's find her.
She's really talented if she made these.
Where are we?
Great artist.
You should know. You use this place.
I haven't been in here
Let's
for
go.
I forgot how
Plus,
this problem.
everything looks different.
What happens if I touch this?
Twisted version of reality.
Nothing. Sophie, there's sludge again.
May, over here.
Meh.
He lifts.
Look, it's Rose.
Rose!
Rose! She can't hear us.
Cause you're dolls.
Oh no.
No, it's because her ears are full
How are
of
we
wax.
gonna get over there now?
I can help. What?
What was that?
Who was it?
I don't know.
Over here!
Who's talking?
I know the way!
I don't know if I trust it.
I'll take you
that
there if you
vacuum
help me save my friends!
What friends?
My tool friends! We used to be important and taken care of, but that human locked us up in her toolbox and left.
You mean May's toolbox?
Yes, yes! That heartless woman. Do you know her?
Well,
No, he doesn't. Anyway, I heard
Don't
that
hit me.
heartless woman got a new job in town and doesn't have time for our hobbies anymore.
Who cares about hobbies? Do you know how painful it is to die from rust? It's like burning alive. Slowly.
That's what you get for me being
Look,
made from
Hannah,
an iron
there's
composite.
some rust remover spray in that tool cabinet.
Iron
We can help save your friends, but only if you can get us to Rose over there.
Synthesizing
it's
it
a deal.
inside your tummy.
Pick me up.
Then it will kill you.
Okay?
Now go to that big door over there. Pull that nail out. We're gonna need it.
Okay, here goes.
Whoa! Where'd it go?
Just
Oh,
listen.
you get the hammer?
Really? Cool.
Oh,
We got a flying nail and a talking hammer. Let's
true. I do like stabby things.
Hey, that's all right.
I got a nail belt.
I think you can get 2 more
Be
nails.
careful with that nail, Cody. I don't want it in my eye.
Okay, well, don't drop that hammer on my toe.
Don't worry, I know
Ow.
how to handle tools.
Oh, yeah? Well,
Why?
me too.
Last time you used a hammer, you smashed your own thumb.
Yeah, well, okay, I did.
Why
But I'm
is
in
it
charge
just,
of the nail.
Like, what would happen?
Okay,
if we-
okay. Just be careful.
It's not fair. Mine doesn't do anything to you.
Hey! Don't do that!
It's not fair!
No, but it
Alright.
is funny.
Ah, don't make me pummel you, Cody.
Wait,
You
I
get
think I can hammer your
impaled.
nail.
Huh?
I think I can hammer the nail.
Yeah.
Bring it down here.
Oh, I can't just throw it in the ground. Okay. Oh, wait. This, maybe? Nope.
We know it's there.
What are we doing?
I made a
Oh.
path.
Where'd the
You
nail
ready?
go? Oh! Okay, I thought you knocked it down. Okay, I see.
This is so satisfying!
It is pretty satisfying.
There was a glass jar over there by the bucket. On the other side.
Maybe we can swing off that nail.
How do I...
Hammer?
Steady now.
Jump. Jump. Double jump.
Sweet move.
Can I have that?
Style, man.
Thanks, Hammer.
Danger. That's a nail gun.
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, wrong way. Oh, you didn't. Okay.
Oh well.
Hold
I
on
have no
tight.
idea how you did that.
There's another nail. Let's go get it.
Yoo-hoo! I'm still over here! Hello?
The bridge, please!
No.
Sweet! More ammunition!
Go easy on me.
No.
What do you mean no?
Oh, the hammer talks to me.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh, I see. I gotta pin it. Wait, come back. Alright. Puzzles! Ooh, God. There's so many glass bottles. Can I break them? Wait, I want to see if I can break them. Well, I missed. Can't break them. That's some bullshit. Oh, my butt!
There's glass all over this place. So dangerous.
Jesus, you broke the flashlight.
The flashlight broke itself by being in my way.
No! Guys, Sophie broke my jar.
There are no
Sophie broke my butt jar.
challenges make you grow.
What is it with you? Can't you just leave us alone?
Whoa. When you're willing to face a challenge, you always learn something new. So remember, when you hear this sound, follow it. Keep following it, and you will find the challenge you see.
You're right, Renji.
Yeah! Welcome to your first couples challenge! Win or lose, you must do it together!
Like this, you.
Against each other.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to. All right, you want to give it a try?
We haven't got time for this.
Did that even go through?
It was on my stream.
Bring it on.
Sorry, Discord doesn't pick it up. Whack it, Cody.
Okay. By staying up,
Wait,
avoid
so-
getting hit, left stick, and then you have to hammer me. It's like whack-a-mole, but I'm the mole.
Watch your head, Cody.
Oh, you won't beat me. I'm faster than a mole.
My hammer's faster than that.
You missed! Come on!
Oh,
Slammed it.
Too slow! I got this! Peekaboo!
Yes.
No props!
I have to stay up for so long.
I knew it. I'm too fast for you.
I'll beat you next time.
Wait, am I not allowed to stand yet? You again.
I don't need a warm up for this.
Oh!
More down.
Move!
It's a good thing he's a pile of clay right now.
So what's for dinner, man? Oh, you just
I feel like you've got the easier job here. How many rounds do we need to do?
This will be over in a snap.
Oh, we don't have to do it again.
That's it!
Next.
Oh! Easy!
Nice.
Theoretically, I could just stay up in one spot. Why didn't he count the first one,
There you
though?
go!
I'm not counting those.
Yes, I'm the champion.
Not fair! You were
I don't
two
think I'm
against
the
one!
champion.
Wrong screen.
Wait, where did...
Why spinning things? High voltage. Oh wait, can I? Sick.
Ah, the sweet sounds of machinery. There's nothing better. Ha!
There you go. You got this. What did you do?
There's another machine in the way here, Cody.
I think I'm gonna be sick!
Wait, which way are we going? it's fine.
Which way? I wanna hit the button.
There's a challenge over here.
What the heck is that thing?
Looks like there's a switch for hammer in the middle. Hey, Cody! Over here!
Okay, I guess I stand on this. Oh, interesting. Okay. The devs love adding mini games in their games.
My nails are better than your hand.
You wish!
Just you watch. Bullseye! Alrighty!
Nothing to it!
And another one. Oh!
Please!
Hey! Easy!
Oh,
Nailed it!
aiming with a controller, guys, is difficult.
Alrighty!
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
yeah! Nailed it!
Sorry, hammer.
One hit the big red button.
Unlucky be one against. I am not an FPS nerd. I just
You
happen
are
to
an
play when I'm bored.
Nerd. Oh shit! Why would you do that?
What's your tone when you're talking to me? Wait, I don't like where that's. I was trying to move that to the middle.
A likely story.
Oh wait, how do I go over there?
You don't get
Why was it green?
Be careful now, May.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Cody, don't screw this up.
Yeah, just get to jumping.
So this is great.
Is there some way you can stop that first thing?
No.
How am I supposed to?
I sure hope this pulls the first one.
Wait, oh god, it's a side platformer. I hate these. It's the worst.
Oh, that takes a long time.
Ouch.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, ready?
Yes. Made it.
Can you make that jump?
I don't think so.
My nail.
Hey, why?
Oh, I hope that's okay. Good. Oh, I need to go stand on that, don't I? Just in case. Maybe. Might have to put my nails up.
Hate side scrolls.
So do I.
Ow.
Nice one!
You want it lower? Like there? Does that seem good? You gotta be quick with that last one. My spins a little faster, it seems like.
Nope, shit.
Backwards?
No, I think I just hit the wrong button.
I just noticed it changed the way it split screen.
Oh, it did. Now! Maybe more in the middle.
Middle on that one? That's probably not good.
Hero slide!
I hated every second of it.
Oh man.
One more nail! Pull it out! Lighting saw blades?
Heads up, Cody!
Really?
Yay!
Got it! That makes 3.
I don't like that, that's scary. Oh. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
Easy on me!
I don't know, okay.
I think you follow it and then I...
Gonna need a boost, babe!
It's so fast. Okay.
Wait until it's retreating and then dash after it. Faster!
I was running. Wait.
You can run and then also dash. Yeah.
What? Wait.
Come on.
Okay. What am I supposed to do on the platform? Am I supposed to just sit?
I boosted.
Oh. Okay. I think I was
See, I'm
jumping.
making control.
Ooh. I thought it was like a jump boost.
There we go.
There's glass here.
Oh, great. Another
again.
thrust exercise.
What? You think I'm gonna miss?
I hope not.
Oh, wrong one.
No!
I panicked. My bad. I should have grabbed the back one. Okay, ready? Go ahead. You gotta go on the other one. And double jump. Nope. Wait.
Double jumps on mine.
Where
Oh,
are you supposed to get up there?
put it in that big one.
Oh, the tall one.
There we go. And now that one over there. Damn it.
Alright.
Ooh, that was close.
You know, you two have pretty
That
good
was
teamwork.
complicated.
I hate platformers like that. Like, I'm fine with 3D platformers, but I hate 2D.
Can you
They're
come
like
down and
side-scrolling.
break the bottles?
No.
I'm really surprised we made any progress and came together now. We did it!
Sure.
Oh, one camera. We're doing fine. It's fine.
There's the
It's
toolbox.
only an hour and a half
Come
in,
on,
but
help
like
me
that
break
was
it
30
open.
minutes of scuff beforehand in the first place.
I don't think it like that.
Why?
Trying to open it from the wrong side.
Get up, hurry! It's getting away. We have to catch it.
Why does it have a mouth?
This better not be timed. Oh shit.
Let's get that grimy toolbox.
Hang in there, tool buddies. We're coming to save you.
Oh dear.
Oh fuck.
Toolbox,
I don't like that.
stop playing hard to catch.
Ah! Stop it with that.
May!
I'm dead.
You'll never get away with this, you stupid toolbox. Ooh! Hey!
I made it.
Hey! Watch those nails!
Jump on this platform. Oh, there's another one. There was another one. I didn't know that.
Faster!
I'm trying, but you're a bit heavy-headed.
Oh no, please.
Oh! That gotta...
Jump.
The thing.
Yep.
Get on the thing.
No, get on it. I nailed it. Oh, great. Where are you? Stop it.
Here. Where's it?
It's up.
I think you nailed it in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I have to pull the nail out. But you weren't on the platform.
Did you be on the platform?
Yes.
But
Oh, I
I
see.
Platform.
I didn't realize you were raising it. Okay. Why is it not going?
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Ah. That's not fair that I can be impaled twice. Oh my god.
We're getting closer. Come on.
How's he able to throw nails? That's your thing.
Oh my god. Stop spitting.
Ready?
Good one, Cody.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
How did he?
Okay, so you need to hit the elbows, it looks like. What am I doing?
No wait, I think
Oh.
nailed him.
Go jump across.
Leather gives us back full health. Okay.
I was over that. Oh,
Got it, man.
Good. Now Good. Now get me to the other side.
He's surprised.
Heads up!
Uh-oh.
Why is that like that?
That one's like sideways.
Why did it go sideways? Go fast, go fast, go fast, go fast, go fast.
You're like, go fast, whisk the nails away.
I don't do that. That's not me doing that. When he moves his arms, it takes the nails.
Watch out! Taste my steel, toolbox!
Nice.
Oh no, he said another thing.
Oh, what is this? What is that?
The hole cutter.
That is so unnecessary. Hey, stop that. Hey, stop that. Stop that. You don't need to do that. What? Stop me doing that. Oh my god. That was a dick move.
You can hit him.
This looks bad!
Bell.
I didn't do that. Again? That's unnecessary. We didn't even hit him.
No kidding!
Okay, it's fine. We're fine.
I think he's about to do the thing again. Yeah, that.
It's coming!
I jumped over that.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
We're gonna crack you open!
Yeah. Fuck your arm. Give me my nails. Yo. That was sick.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That was cool. Oh, that's not good. Did you just give him a flamethrower? That's not how shovel works at all. What are you doing? 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 Ah! Don't die.
No promises.
No. No.
Talk about this too much.
We're long past negotiating, Cody.
Don't die. Ah, fuck.
Oh, please in part 2. Oh, thank God. Alright, 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 alright. What are you supposed to do about him? Like spang hands. Okay. Oh. Wait, get on. Oh, hammer it.
Hit his brake.
Good out there, Cody.
Hit the spray can happened after I was already falling. He cut a huge chunk out. He cut huge chunks. Stop cutting chunks.
We need those chunks.
No promises. Okay, I died. Don't die.
Hey, get me back up there!
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's bad.
It only was me too.
Oh, that is sad.
We're running out of real estate here!
They're forcing close proximity. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Good. Stab it. Stab it. Stab it. Ah, I fell.
Put that down.
Cody, hop on and finish off that spray can.
Get on there. Explosion!
I don't think that's. Don't pretend it does. I like explosions.
Hey, look at them!
Oh, wow.
Dancing tools.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm so ready for this.
Like that.
It tickles. It tickles.
I don't like that.
There you go.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Woohoo! I feel brand new! Look at me!
You're not
I'm
brand new. You're
home.
gonna go flying the moment somebody
home.
tries to use
You
it.
saved us from that rusted toolbox. Thank you, May. You are a true hero.
Wait,
Thank you, Hammer.
who knew who it was?
What about me? Huh? I was part of this too. Where's my hero love?
Yeah, where's my hero love?
Anyway, we still have to get to Rose.
Oh, of course, of course.
Right, me?
Sebastian, can you help them out? They have to get to the other
This way.
side.
No, I don't like that.
Saw bastard.
Wow.
Flexible.
Why is your
Step on
saw like
board.
that? Why is your saw flaccid?
Come on, it's safe.
Okay. Ooh.
This doesn't feel safe. I'm not sure.
Just relax.
Hold on to me.
Don't worry, he's very precise. Sebastian, sling it.
What?
Oh no! She's leaving!
Rose, wait! We
Rose!
need your help!
Rose, no go!
Mom and Dad! Don't
Rose!
close the door!
Ah! God damn it, it's that book again.
Stern.
Help us out! Rose! Oh, you stupid book!
Yeah, you stupid book.
This is evil.
Evil!
He's a mental construct. If you stare
What'd
at
he
the
say?
closed door, you will miss.
Darkness is a mental what?
FYI, there is only one door in this shed.
And one window.
Good thinking, May! Woo! Let's go to the window.
Go to window.
Book is out of his mind. Okay.
Can we do that? Can we do that? Oh my god, we can.
What?
Please don't make me jump.
It's gonna.
Oh my god, you still have to re-trigger it. I don't like that.
Check out my moves, May.
Yeah, very cool, but just don't fall off!
Wait,
Don't worry, I'm pretty good
where
at
are we
this.
going?
Me too! Woohoo!
I'm here.
Flip. Ah! I'm fine.
Nope. I'm not good at this apparently.
Oh, wait. Oh, man, that almost launched me way far away. Where'd the book go?
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay.
We'll get it on
Oh,
there.
that's
We
all.
need to time this together.
All right, one more time.
No! Ooh.
I like how you say we need to time this together, but you're not even here yet. You don't even know what I'm doing. You don't know what buttons I'm pushing.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't even know where I am.
there's multiple ones too. That sucks. Okay. I have no idea how you're supposed to get to the top one.
happened?
Well, I already saw. Oh, it's over there. I see.
I got it.
Okay, well, I wasn't there yet. Okay, ready? Go on your slide thing. 3, 2.
Oh, I'm on it. You said go on it.
And then I was counting before you walked up to it.
I need to go on it again?
Yes. Wait.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're just a little bit longer. Okay.
Okay, so I go on and then you go on?
Yeah.
Alright.
So you go on 1.
Okay. What?
I'll count. 3, 2, 1. Oops. I went too early.
I think
You went too late.
I have to wait for you to say one.
I said 1.
Yeah.
And I waited a while because I was like, why aren't you going?
Well, there's lag, remember?
Hopefully that one was a little bit easier.
Holy crap!
Focus!
I missed.
Here it comes!
Oh, God.
Ready?
You got it, got it, got it.
This is
That was
really
really close
dangerous.
for comfort. That was a flashlight. I didn't get to break it.
I don't have the hammer anymore. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. What the flip?
I don't know. What?
I'm stuck on a bicycle.
Jump across. Why is it not triggering for you?
I can't jump. I can't jump. I can dash only.
Can you R1
Oh.
to the other side? There
Oh,
you
here
go.
we go.
There we go.
We did it! We figured it out.
May, look, it's your old binoculars.
Amazing! Let's find Rose!
Oh, Rose? Yeah, we need to find her.
Oh, yes, I know we look like dolls, but we're actually her parents.
I know who you are. Nothing escapes my lenses.
She sounds judgy.
Wait, in here? All right, okay. Let's see. Oh! I look dead. Am I dead?
Am I dead?
Not dead.
May, am I dead?
What's going on? Oh, no.
We're worse.
What's the matter with us?
We're dreaming.
All I know is that Rose sat down there with her dolls, and then you two came alive.
Just like that? You didn't see anything else?
Well, there was
She's a
one
witch.
unusual thing.
Burn the witch.
What happened?
She was crying.
Oh.
I know, quite unusual for Rose, but I am 100% sure because I could see her tears falling onto the dolls.
Tears were falling onto the doll.
The tears don't fall. and
Oh,
crash
wait a
about
minute.
me.
I know what happened. It's a spell!
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Cody.
Told you.
We've gotta
Witch.
apply logic.
Witch.
May, okay? We are having a conversation with a pair of binoculars. There is no logic in that.
For goodness sake, I don't even believe in spells.
Okay, well, did you believe that you could be turned
Oh
into
yeah.
a wooden
Do you
doll?
spell?
Huh?
Do you believe in spelling?
Exactly. It had to be the tears. It was a spell, I am telling you.
So, if it is a spell, how do we break it?
Okay, I got this.
Smooches.
Yeah, me and Rose, we read all
Smooches
about
like
the
all
spell
sorts of-
stuff. I'm a virtual wizard right now, okay? Just give me some space, I need to think. Okay, so if the spell was cast through her tears, then in order to break it... Oh. In order to break it, we have to reverse it through her tears! Boom!
Right.
Okay,
Good time for a
we
stretch.
basically have to find her and make her cry on us again.
Really?
What is that logic?
Okay.
Somebody
I don't
doesn't read
think
enough
he's
fairy
ready.
tales.
Do you know where to find her, Miss Binoculars?
She's in her room. Go on.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know. It's kind of creepy to peer into somebody's bedroom with
But how do we
binoculars.
get to her room from here?
Easy,
Oh,
we
we're
just
walking
climb the
across.
tree.
Okay, that's better.
This way.
Let's go. Oh no.
What? You're never gonna make that jump.
Yeah? Watch me.
Yeah, watch me. Magic.
Oh, God damn it!
Did he say?
Come on over.
Splash.
What's the rope? It's too far.
Cody, where there is love, no
Shut your
distance
fucking
is
mouth,
too
Cody.
far.
Shut up and just throw us the rope.
Okay,
Give us the
relax. Come on, huh? You want the rope? You want the rope? Come on, you want it? You want it? Come on, come on, take it.
Burn it. I don't agree with burning books ever, but like I would burn that one. He's an asshole.
And he doesn't even have one.
All right, let's swing across.
Yeah.
Whoa, that tree is huge.
Don't worry about it. The ropes will take us to Rose in an instant.
What are these sacks hanging in this tree?
It looks like a
Bugs! Kill the bugs. I got one. Sophie, I squashed an ant.
Again? Ah, I told Rose not to throw her shoes up here.
Oops.
What?
I told her I did that when I was a kid.
So you're the guilty one.
She's outgrown them anyway.
Kill the bugs.
uh-oh. Bugs died.
Did you build a treehouse for Rose?
No.
Yeah, you didn't
Why do
know
you
that?
ask?
You didn't
There
notice
are
the big ass
windows.
tree house?
Oh. Who could have built those?
Is there a tree house?
Hey, there's our swing.
Finally, a use for that thing.
Let's get across.
Okay.
Ah! Why didn't it give me the rope trigger? Yeah, it didn't give me the button.
Here we go.
I don't know what that was about.
That went pretty far. It's still going.
I don't see a way to get to Rose's room yet.
Let's get higher.
I wasn't expecting that to be bouncy.
It's mushrooms.
I'm a superhero with a rope.
You're a clayman with a rope.
Yeah,
I'm
beware
Spider-Man.
The Clayman.
Spider-Man.
Is that our pot lid?
What's it doing up here?
Looks like a pulley controls it.
They're learning their daughter is an engineer.
You know?
Hey, look, Cody, a door.
A door in a tree?
She picks after her
We gotta
mama.
get to Rose's room.
But can't you see how far away it is?
Yes, I can see how
I don't
far
know
away
what
it
Cody
is.
does.
That's why we gotta keep moving.
Yeah, maybe there's someone inside who can help us.
Really?
It's a squirrel.
Whoa, 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 wait. What are you doing? We don't know what's inside there.
Squirrels.
It might be a shortcut to the house.
Yeah, but what if it's not? What if it's...
Who sent you?
No one.
What
we
the
come in
fuck?
peace.
We're trying to get to the house.
The house. What's your business there?
I think Cody is a house
Haven't got time
husband.
for this.
Sick.
Is this a shortcut or not?
My hammer anymore.
Great.
This is your fault because you were sassing the squirrel.
Oh, told you this was a bad idea.
Not helpful. Come on, help me push. It's too heavy.
Why the glass jar?
Well, at least we can see through it.
Oh, that's great, May. We're imprisoned, but the view is amazing.
Dad? Dad, I have to tell you something. It's important.
Uh-oh.
Have you heard of this book by, Dr. Hakim? He says that it's important to forgive each other. Because then you can become friends again.
Did he now?
If you
Well,
want,
honey,
you
let
can
me tell
borrow
you
the
something
book.
about that book. That book is trash.
That book's a jerk.
That book is trash. Never read again.
I don't know about that.
Sorry.
If you ever see Dr. Hakim on something, burn it. If you see Dr. Hakim himself, throw nails at him. I'll show you. When we get tied up,
Cody,
thought we
you
were in a
okay?
jar.
Yeah, been better, but I'm okay.
It was the squirrel.
Hi, guys.
Are you working for the Wasps?
Hi, Ghosty.
What? The wasps?
Don't play dumb. Did they send you here to kill us?
What? Kill you? No, we're not working for any wasps.
We'll see whose side you're on. Pull a switch.
You got it, Chief.
I think we're about to die is how it's going.
Oh, get away, get away, get away!
Why are they torturing us? This looks like hell.
It does.
Boss, it doesn't look like they're on the Wasps team. And
Help.
why don't they die? Maybe they have superpowers. What if they can help
Yeah,
us?
my superpower is going to be kicking your
Let's
ass.
find out. Abort.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, you?
Where'd they get the vacuum?
That was terrible.
I thought it was broken.
Our shed.
But it's broken. We sucked its eyes out. I mean, somebody sucked its eyes out.
Hey there, Mr. Mr.
Wasn't us.
Squirrel.
Somebody sucked its eye.
So,
Wasn't
you
us.
want to get to the house?
We're just a couple of
Yes.
dolls.
Yeah, we couldn't do that.
We can
We would
get you
never.
there.
Really? That's very, kind.
On one condition.
You can only have Dr.
What
Hakim
would
to
you
help you.
mean?
You still want help?
Follow.
No.
Come on, this is
I'll make it worse.
Come on, Cody.
Did you get
Wanna
your
go.
sandwich?
I did.
I forgot about mine. Anybody want some of my Uncrustable?
They must be real hoarders.
Wait, what kind is it?
Grape.
Hey,
Yes.
that's our remote control. They stole it.
Those sneaky rodents.
Look, our family photos. What could they want with those?
I don't know.
That's
You
weird.
look good. Hey, that's my underwear.
Hardly a loss.
They didn't show the underwear. Oh, there it is.
You used to love that underwear.
Used to.
What?
They have a TV?
She used to love those underwear?
The Wasps have invaded our tree and wiped out most of our tribe. You two must kill them.
What?
We're good at murder. Not that we
Kill those
murdered a vacuum or
crazy
anything. That was
creatures.
somebody
You
else.
nuts?
Or
No
toolbox.
offense.
Don't worry, you'll just survive two of them. Against a whole swarm of them, surely we'll die.
That's why you're going to need these. My latest in cyber hazelnut technology. The tree sap Abshiki 57.
Oh,
Combined with a drill buzzer X200.
I want that one.
Too bad, it's
There's
mine.
one more.
Not
thing.
fair.
We sent in an undercover agent who could operate our queen robot.
As planned, the wasps believed
I already
the
dealt
robot
with
was
goo
their
in the
own queen.
Portal game.
But instead of wiping out the wasps, our agent was seduced by its power and switched sides.
So, kill the Wasps and the agent in the robot, and we'll help you get to the house. Understood?
yeah, sure, but isn't there a more civilized way that we can...
No.
Why would we do civil when we have explosives?
Like explosives.
I really don't want to have to
Sophie, I
kill
think we saw an
giant
American.
wasps.
Well, you wouldn't have to if you'd cleaned out the hive.
What? What hive?
Remember? In the real world? In our tree?
I mean,
asked
we're
you
still
so
in the
many
real
times and you
world.
promised to get rid of it.
Yeah, fine. But we wouldn't even be here if you hadn't knocked on the squirrel's door.
Well, at least they're gonna lead us to the house.
What, are you kidding me? You believe that? I don't trust those squirrels. They stole my underwear.
Oh, believe me, that was a blessing.
Oh, really? Well, at least my underwear is now a sophisticated part of a flying machine.
Oh, I sincerely doubt you can fly.
Of course you do. Gah.
Why
You
do
know
you hate
what?
everything about me and my
can't wait
underwear?
to get back to my real body so that we can get divorced.
Oh, me too.
Okay, bye.
May, what now?
I guess it's time to kill some wasps.
Bicker.
What?
Oh no, we're
Don't
separated.
worry,
Somebody
we've got
help.
weapons.
You mean these homemade
Attitude
squirrel
switch up.
DIY drill buzzer top shaky things?
You
What the
saw
fuck
how
is a
powerful
hot
they are. Let's drill bars.
Chat define.
A target, huh?
Cannot hit fire.
What's that hanging there?
Hi, May.
What you're listening to is another one of my latest hazelnut tech creations. You'll find them at each points throughout the tree.
Rude.
The trees that have Shaiki and drill buzzer match guns are potent alone. But when combined, they are
Those
a
squirrels weren't kidding.
Yeah,
try
this is a
igniting the
war zone.
Blow up their houses. Dang, those wasps really fucked shit up around here, didn't they?
They sure
Whoops,
did.
I can't believe this. Ooh, what's that?
May,
Ah.
I think it's a shooting range. Let's try it out.
Well done. Now, go give those wasps a warm welcome.
Good thing this is very unlimited. Are these Christmas lights?
They, maybe? This way? That's weird that it explodes like that.
Wow, this is impressive.
I'm getting spooky vibes from this place. Okay, can we please turn back?
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We've sealed the doors behind
Waiting
you
for
to
the
protect
story to
against the
continue.
wasps.
Ah!
Your only way out is through the wasp's lair over there, on the other side of the abyss.
Stop shooting it. It only works when I shoot it.
Oh. I didn't know yours worked by itself.
Yeah. See? I guess that way?
Down we go.
Oh, see? Yours is useful too.
Why are you screaming? Stop screaming! There's no reason to scream!
Lots of reasons to scream.
I think you have to blow up the stuff off this one. No, not that one. Down.
Oh. Here we go.
Up we go.
Nice! Progress!
Wait. Is that Rakan?
Huh? What?
I need to know who voices Cody and who voices Rakan from League of Legends.
At least I'm not on League of Legends.
You played Valorant. It's just as bad.
No, League
know. ARAM is fun.
This was ready!
Nice thinking. I'm just calling us nerds.
Oh, you shut the fuck up, as if you're not a nerd. You're probably the biggest nerd. Oh.
Sap isn't sticking!
Looks like squirrel tack isn't foolproof.
Florida. What the hell?
How are we solving puzzles if we only have one brain cell at a time? That's a great question. Obviously, we're not.
Ringy's got the brain cell. You are a nerd just because you don't play a Riot game. Doesn't make you less of a nerd. There's a thing over there, but are we close? Wait, can I? Aha! What? Where was the double jump? Why did you do that?
Hey, Aki Bit.
Why did you do that?
Hi, Zed.
Okay, now blow it up.
Danger. You wanna soak that again?
Soak it again.
I can't get over it.
I think you need to shoot the thing. And then I stand on this. Will it stay down? Okay, yeah, it's got teeth on it. Let's go.
Oh! I didn't even realize.
Uh-huh.
They have guns
Well,
in this
this
game?
got interesting.
Wait, what are
They're
we
experimenting on an acorn. They really are
That's just
nuts.
being a nerdy
Look at those
hipster.
Tesla coils.
No, that's being insane.
These squirrels seem
True.
far more capable than I thought.
I will give you that.
I see you happened upon my old facilities. There's really nothing to see there. Just moving along. Those
I thought that would
barbaric
spin it.
wasps could never understand the
just gotta wait,
potential
but
of
I guess
hazelnut
no.
technology.
Put money on this thing.
It's sapped up!
Ah, okay. You gotta get on this platform. So blow that up. You get on that, and then I have to move these for you. Okay.
Oh god, not this again.
Let's put that acorn in there. Maybe let your things reload first. The camera does funny things sometimes.
Sure does.
I'm surprised Sophie doesn't want the goo gun.
Oh, and you can just ignore what's behind that wall coming up. Move right along, please. But do not push the red button. Hey, oh, I'm trapped!
Oh.
Hey, I wonder what these buttons do.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Yeah, should have expected this from squirrels. Nice moves, Meg!
There was
I'm
two
not
other
gonna let you
buttons.
forget that one.
Lighten up, you look fine!
I was trying to go in there with you, it just didn't let me.
I see you found our not far from sauna machine. Patent pending, of course. We haven't worked out all the kinks in it yet.
Why are you purring? Why are you gremlin?
Why would I not? What is this?
Hey, this lid looks loose.
Let's do it on things.
Hang on, those are interesting calculations.
These squirrels are intelligent.
I'm a genius!
Looks like something was kept in here.
Yeah, something
It's not
big.
anymore.
Whatever it was, it's gone now.
Down we go.
Oops. Sorry.
Can you stop blowing up my goo?
No.
Fluffy sees goo and just blows the shit up.
That's true. Must explode.
You're making it go slower!
Something's coming!
These!
Killer wasps!
Kill 'em!
This one's south!
Get him! Blow him up!
Ooh, we got one!
Can you go down it? This way. Ah!
Where'd you go?
Where are they coming from?
I think that's the last of them.
Take care of that wasp nest. Didn't work. Well, I tried.
You did.
Now May can't get mad at Cody for not trying to get rid of the wasp nest. Why is there goo right there? I didn't do that. You guys notice that this game did the yellow paint thing?
The yellow pink thing.
You know, like... Wait, do I have to... Oh, I do. I gotta ooze into them. Whoa.
Yes. Okay, you have to get on it.
Hold on, I gotta refill this one. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Fire!
Fire it up, Meg!
Fire!
Shit.
Hey, Meg? I think there's a bridge here.
Let's knock it down then.
Can you see? How?
Let me try going over here first. Ah, it's
Oh wait, do I need to make a line across?
I can't get a good shot from here, Cody.
I gotta make a line.
Oh.
Genius!
Are. You've got the brain cell for now.
Until... Yay! Safi's a bit quiet. Safi's not talking much.
Yeah, I am quiet. That's just my nature.
Sophie's just being quiet right now.
Focused.
Concentration. Oh, I was about to do that shit.
Oh, that looks cool.
Oh, why did it lag?
Aw.
I hear the tambourine. Tug of war?
Hey, rope! How about some tug of war?
Oh boy. Time to lose some more.
Pull me in the hole.
Ready to fall into the hole?
Oh, that hole is made for you.
Fits you better.
Even when Sophie was talking, they were quiet. They were talking quiet though.
Bye-bye!
Now!
This rope's mine.
Now! Yeah!
Nothing to it.
Ah, my hand is cramped.
I pull the strings.
No! No, 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 no. No! I'm cramping.
Get him up, May!
Help!
Easy!
Follow the hole!
Down!
No!
Down the drain, Cody.
Alrighty!
Dad, pull her out! I went easy. Wasn't struggling at all.
Yes! I'm the master of the rope!
One win, and you're already a master.
My fingers were locking up.
Too old for this
Sophie
shit.
and I both have the same joint. Let's not do that one again.
My fingies. My poor fingies.
Oh, my hand hurts. Okay, time out. Stretch my hand out.
Stretch sounds good.
Ow.
Crack, crack.
Why is there a waterfall in our tree? I feel like that's not good for the tree.
Probably
rot.
isn't.
My
Root
legs
rot.
hurt!
My feet hurt.
When we get out of this mess, I'm
Wait,
having
so
a
they can
cold
feel?
I'm having
Yes,
two.
so.
I have
What if we're
questions about
stuck
her
here?
hammering his crotch area then.
Stuck like
and
this.
whack a
You know
Cody.
that?
Yeah.
We'll get to Rose and break the spell.
Yeah, what if we never get to her?
Please stop talking and keep running.
Why are you walking like that?
Because I was watching your screen.
Skating time! Sophie's favorite.
Who's driving those mine carts?
Ouch!
Where did
I don't
these
know where I'm
tracks even
going.
Go! Oh!
Oh, fuck. Too early. That's bullshit!
Oh!
Ow! What was I supposed to do about that, huh?
Oh!
Why are these still operating?
That's a great question. Why is there a mine thing in our tree?
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh, my hand still hurts.
No! Freedom?
Freedom!
Freedom! My wrist hurts now.
Ah, the bolt. Spin the handle to open it, but be on your guard. We've never made it past this point. Once inside, you will be on your own. May the acorn be with you.
Good. I'm tired of hearing your voice. Can we take a pause for a minute? Go potty.
Okay. I'm gonna eat a sandwich.
Okay.
Sip some coffee. Rest my arm. I was doing that thing where you like tense your muscles so you can hit the button faster.
Yep. Yep, I was doing that. Okay. I'll be right back.
So how is everybody today? We all got sandwiches? Of varying degrees of sandwich? Need to go make sando. What kind you planning on having? I got salami cheese and Dijon mustard. Grilled cheese, maybe. Grilled cheese is good though. Like, if you use like mayonnaise instead of butter, and then like you have some like a little bit of salt on top of your cheese. Just a little bit. Makes for really good grilled cheese. It is, that's how... Excuse me. Talking with my mouth full. That's how Rumi makes his grilled cheeses.
He does what now?
Hmm?
He does what now?
Makes grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese?
Yeah, my sandwich is gone.
Rest in peace, sandwich.
Rest in my belly. But yeah, so it's like, instead of butter on the outside, he puts mayonnaise on it, because it fries it a little differently. And then, on top of the cheese is a little bit of salt. It's good.
I've done enchilada grilled cheese before. The way I do it is I'll do shredded chicken mixed in with the cheese and put a little of the enchilada sauce, mix it up, and it makes the cheese all gooey.
I think you need to... Oh, wait! There's boss!
Give me a match here!
Blow him up! I will ooze the shit out of you. Are they done? That was it?
Yeah, I think you got a fire on that side, yeah.
Your little crusaders here, intruders!
This one looks tougher than the others.
You will not!
Oh, my staff isn't sticking to its shield!
He can joust!
He's
and has a saw!
He's oozed! He's oozed! Shoot him in the back!
Shoot people in the back, that's me. That's wrong. But if it's a wasp...
Shoot him in the back!
My shield will not shatter!
Disco! Stop shaking it off. What the fuck?
Your filthy little feet are not welcome here!
Ah.
He's oozed. No, he's not, because I shot him immediately. Oh boy.
Just a misstep! You will not pass!
You shall not pass!
Impudence! I am the Queen's shield! 2-on-1, huh? You must be destroyed here!
There we go.
It looked like you jumped into it.
You will not pass!
You.
Did we get it?
Yeah.
Looks like it. Let's get through that vault.
Hey, yo, they got Vault Tech in here?
It's so dark.
It's Vault Tech.
I never played Fallout.
I'm not surprised by that, actually.
Soldiers, the security system has detected 2 intruders! Why haven't you eliminated them? We are searching for them, Supreme Wasp Queen! Search harder! Bring them to me!
I bet your queen is a man!
Yes, Supreme Wasp Queen!
I thought they said Wolf Queen.
That is one.
I heard it
scary
too.
Queen.
Don't worry. It's just a squirrel inside a robot.
Yeah, a very big robot. He's trying to kill us. You know, maybe we should just turn back.
Fuck you!
Let's set the book on fire.
No,
You know what?
We were just,
That's a good plan.
exploring the,
Premises.
Right.
I think you look scared, like 2 little chickens.
No, not at
I
all.
got a
We were
chicken.
just scouting. Preparing for the mission.
Yeah, right. Preparation is key.
Good, but remember,
Collaboration.
collaboration is also key.
For collaboration.
This is a very dangerous operation.
Operation.
Thanks for reminding us.
You're welcome, man. Hey, got it.
Scorch your eyebrows off.
You done?
No.
Fuck you!
Excuse me, chicken safe.
That book is really
Right now.
annoying.
Beep, 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 beep. That's what my chickens say. They're such cute little babies. Did I tell you they're getting their tail feathers now?
Aww. Again?
What now?
They're
Ew!
wasp
Ew!
larvae.
Ew! 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 Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! I don't like
Kill
it!
their babies.
Yeah, disgusting. I hate you. I hate you. I don't like it. 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 I don't like it.
I think it's done.
No, there's another one over there. And over there.
They're just babies.
Nah! Pull everything up. Burn the whole house down, and the yard, and the tree.
There's too many of them.
Don't stop shooting.
Ah!
I will make it.
Behind you. You. There's so many.
Those are the babies. them.
I'm out of here.
For good measure.
I'm out of here.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! You okay?
No. Gross. What are we doing?
I'm not sure.
Does it blow up?
Yes, it blows up.
Oh, these guys can't hurt us.
But those can.
Uh-oh.
Give me a match here. No. We don't want to fight.
Yes, Cody.
Ah, that wasn't fair. I thought it was a cutscene. Kill it.
Yeah.
I'm better at gooing than you.
It's a goo fight. Ow!
Ow.
Quit moving!
You will fall. Where are you?
Over here. Guys, it's playing Bumblebee. This is a wasp.
Bumblebees are
These
good.
wasps have dangerous weapons
Wasps
of their
are
own.
assholes.
Yeah, but we're kicking some butt here at least. Hey, you're pretty good with that match gun.
Thanks, Cody. You too. Keep up the sap.
I went the wrong way, I think.
Which?
I think I have to lower that.
Oh. We're getting there. We're good decorators, at least.
Hey, isn't this your camera, May?
Looks like the squirrels weren't always here.
Quick, into positions.
Do something here? Oh.
I think we're just taking photos.
Does it have a timer?
Oh no.
What is it? Is this a timer button?
The timer's going.
Oh, it is a timer button. Nice.
Nice shot.
I got Mike Wazowski.
Just a little.
Gotta look into the lens.
Ooh. The timer's going, timer's going, timer's...
Perfect backdrop for my war hero photo.
Okay, go, 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 go. What are you doing?
You'll see.
well, look at that.
Are you eating the hive?
Not bad.
Sophie, hive is not sandwich. Was there another one?
There was another one.
Interesting. Looks like ancient technology.
That'll be a nice one.
Yeah, they can see our guns. They'll remember us forever. Unless we're hallucinating the same hallucination.
I think we are.
Clever.
Oh.
A lot of photos here in the background.
Whoa. I think they're bringing out the big guns now.
No, they're just bringing multiple guns.
That's... It's a hammer!
They're still just monsters, Cody.
Where are they?
Ow!
They called me the exterminator.
They really don't.
It's not
Let's
working,
do
man.
them.
They keep coming. How do you like that?
Shoot him!
Leave us alone.
Fuck. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
Damn, they hit hard. Ah, jeez, don't die.
Oh god. What is that?
Hey, don't do that.
Oh!
Oh dear.
I was falling into the side of the wall. Get him!
Cody, eyes front.
I think you got a zoom, but
I am gooing. Okay.
I'm dead.
Okay, I can't fix this. Oh, God. Came back in just the nick of time. Why is there so many wasps?
Because you didn't clean out the nest.
I tried. You suck.
Cody, get some stuff on this wall.
I can't do anything.
I ran out of shooties.
It wasn't letting me. It was like, oh, do the thing. I wasn't able to.
Cody, get some stuff on this wall.
Shooting center.
Okay, we got it that time. What? What happened to you?
I don't know. It just likes to kill me randomly sometimes. Like the paint bucket from the very fucking beginning. It just kills me sometimes. Renji, are you hacking my game? Stop Stop it.
Oh, no!
I know it's you.
I think we need to head that way.
Oh, come on, May. We can't swim in this.
You think I'm not failing enough?
We're going by boat.
Huh?
Help me out.
What? By boat? This is a boat? All right, come on.
This isn't a boat, May. That's a barrel.
Something.
Come on.
Barrel. Now
Don't we
for a
need, like, oars or something?
romantic gondola ride.
Cody, we've got an engine.
We do? Where?
It's in your hand.
What? Not just a wooden face, May.
Yeah, very funny.
This seems like a bad idea.
All right. Hey, it works!
Hey, I have a very limited thing. Oh, okay, I see. I see.
Woohoo! All guns should be as handy as this.
Everything has multiple features. You just need to see them.
So you're an engineer. You know about gadgets. Nature's my thing.
That's not really helping us. There are more larvae from up above.
They're all yours,
Hearing
Captain.
this is
I'll steer
weird.
the boat.
Stuffy, friend.
Rap! They cock a punch.
God, stop turning my camera.
Hold on tight, May.
Suddenly, my gun is not limited.
It's gonna be steep.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, that was dramatic. That wasn't even that complicated. Okay. Watch out.
Watch out. Oh.
Can't go any faster.
Current's against us. We'll make it through.
Since when do larvae explode?
Since I'm shooting matches at them.
Why are they exploding? Okay.
Yeah, where did they feed these guys?
Sap. Oh, there.
Oh. There we go.
Ready for shooting tanks?
I think I see a way out ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah. I can't steer this thing.
I don't think you're supposed to through there. I feel like this isn't the same yard.
This water is disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
We've got
Why are
some
the
more
flight of the
wasp
bumblebees?
swarms up
Oh
ahead.
my god.
Yeah? But what are they doing?
Wasps.
Wait, but they're not fun. We go really slow.
Oh, they're making a tornado. Oh, they made a water spout.
All hands on deck. We've got a storm coming. It's drawing us in. Get to the boat.
Where's the boat?
Where's the boat?
Oh my god, it's way over there!
Oh dear.
Okay.
I'm not.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
I don't like the looks of this. Try to wait till they...
Ow. Oh.
Why did it come this way? It stopped going side to side.
No, it's too close.
It's chasing us. Oh god, where's the thing?
Careful now, Cody.
Where's the...
On the side?
Oh.
Hey, it's dark in here.
It's really dark in here.
This is going swell.
Swimmingly.
We can't swim.
Apparently not.
Well, I'm made out of clay, so I feel like...
Beautiful.
Yeah.
What is that?
Deadly beauty.
Why is that in your
Jellyfish
yard?
can be lethal. We better get moving.
Look, the light. Let's go.
Look at their body. They're so pretty.
They are.
I like jellyfish.
Cody, steer straight ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I like jellyfish.
I do too. Don't want to touch one, but I like looking at them.
Wait, are we going this way? Where are we going? I can't
It's
see.
a
Oh
rock.
wait, we're jumping across now. No more boat.
No more boat.
Whoa.
Ah, let there be light.
Oh, the other side.
Scribbles. The boat.
Other side?
No.
Confused?
Go back that way.
What does it want us to do?
Oh.
Oh. Look out, shine! I considered being a jellyfish for once upon a time.
Technically,
But at
I'm
the
part
time that
jelly-
I thought about it, there was a lot of them. So I was like,
I got
I've also
jellyfish
thought
hairy.
killer whale would be fun. Was it gonna do a non-killer whale?
Ooh, a nun-killer whale would be great.
It'd been more like a priestess though, but this looked very nun. Frank!
I believe in you. My niece told me that my haircut is technically, like, it's called a jellyfish nowadays.
Yes, this is
'Cause
called a
of some-
jellyfish cut.
It wasn't called that when I cut my hair like that. Feels weird.
Whoa.
I just wanted to look like a
Beautiful.
Vocaloid. Ooh. I've also had mushroom hair. You think about it.
Look at their wall art.
Whoa!
Lots of pretty walls.
Cool.
This must be the squirrel's history.
Oh. We're the bad guys.
Wait. Is that us?
They steal our toilet paper?
What? What did they need that for?
Nesting?
It's literally just right here though.
Oh.
Whoa.
Are they trying to steal our house?
Oh no, they like our stuff. Look over there. It's like star. Whoa.
Whoa.
It's pretty.
Pretty. What's that thing?
Ah. Whoa. Weird. We're going.
Oh, over there?
The sound is very ethereal.
Chittery?
Yeah. I like it. It scratches that part of my brain. Wait, I didn't know where I was going.
Over the sharp, jaggedy rocks. Down the hole. Whee! Oh, what is that thing?
What the heck is that?
Hey, big
Oh.
fella!
All right, nature boy. What do you
What?
call this?
This game likes to murder me.
Giant fish.
Yep.
Fish that can fly?
Ah, looks like some kind of catfish.
And how does that help us now?
It's carrying us, that's how.
Catfish aren't dangerous.
He's big
Yes, they
enough
are.
to eat us.
No. I'm getting a good
They got
vibe
stingers,
from this
guys.
guy.
The whiskers,
Yeah.
Oh, it's
they
moving.
hurt.
I think it's trying to throw us off.
No. It's just swimming. It's what fish do. Just stay on its back.
It's
you're
just swimming.
gonna
That's
fall
what
out.
fish do. What?
You're gonna.
Oh, I was drinking coffee. Ah, blah, blah, blah. Stop turning! Why are you? This fish is a murderer.
He's just gotta go along the channels there. It's pretty.
Anybody know how to speak whale? I don't know why this fish speaks
He's
whale.
belly up.
He's dead.
He wants belly rubs.
No, it's bad to go belly up as a fish. Ask
Other
Flocky.
fishy friends.
Cody, is the plan to swim right through that wall?
No. Oh, hang on.
Whee!
Cody!
This isn't my
Butt
fault.
slam. He won't let me.
Well, that was nice.
Except where he tried to kill me for drinking coffee.
You know, I am getting really tired of falling.
Well, be grateful you're in good shape.
Oh yeah? Thanks, May.
I meant good shape in this world.
That's
Oh.
rude.
I see. So you're saying I'm in bad shape in my real body?
Oh, I didn't
Dude.
say that.
May, I am
Yes, you
made
did.
of clay.
Could you run, jump, and fall like this in your real body?
No.
Exactly. So,
Neither
enjoy
could
it while
you.
it lasts.
Yeah.
Neither could you. You're a bully.
Jingle.
What's
May,
the-
look! A shooting range.
Ooh. Don't let moving targets reach your side. Okay.
Get ready to lose.
I'm aiming to win!
So am I.
There's a lot of targets, it looks like.
Wait, how did we fire?
Hey,
Wait,
May,
ah, shit.
I'm a sharpshooter.
Shooting plungers doesn't require
What?
precision.
How'd I win?
Oh, because I hopped off.
Okay.
I'm not messing around here.
Wasted
Watch
plungers!
and learn.
That's right! Blaze away!
God,
I know how to handle a plunger.
Simple! Smoking gun!
No!
I'm
No!
trigger happy.
There we go! Next!
Can I switch to PC for this?
Damn! Ha-ha! Nice!
No. No. Ugh.
No!
Okay,
Almost.
another one now.
I never get
Jeez.
tired of it.
That was over.
Winning.
Okay.
Hey, Cody! Over here!
Okay, I guess. Wait,
Don't blame
You
me if the
swap.
loss stings!
wait, you switched.
Yes!
Why is the sensitivity so bad?
Ooh! That's a great question.
Nothing to it. Please. Ah, there we go.
I'm still bad! What the fuck? Bruh.
Nice. Oh, rubbish.
The sensitivity is awful.
Right. Boring. All right, victory boy. Calm down.
Ow.
Thanks,
Kill
Ahita.
me, please. Hold on. My dog is on my lap now and I can't sit comfortably.
Oh no, you have a snuggly baby. How sad. I miss when my cats could come sit in my lap during stream.
That looks like an elevator over there. We have to cross over.
Yeah,
Cross over to death.
that's a deep pit.
Oh, it's our friends. Whee! Wait, where am I going, guys?
It's a good question.
Wait, they launched me bad. This game, I swear to God.
Where are we going?
Only one way out. Up.
They're back with their crazy saws.
That's not fair.
We were ready.
Why so many? Wait. Oh, let me go die.
No promises. I remember this fight. This was in the vault. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was hard right before that happened, too. No spoilers, but oh man, character deaths. Don't worry about it.
Hey, the hive!
Yeah, I can see it. Let's clean up these stragglers.
This one's south.
Got you.
Ow! I got attacked from behind.
Oh,
I got attacked from the front.
It's down.
ooh.
Up.
There we were going to the hive. What the fuck? Who we
It's an
showdowning?
arena.
Oh,
What's
whoa.
happening?
What is this place?
We're in a
I don't know, but
gladiatorial
they
arena.
look pretty angry.
Yeah, they do.
No, they look like an audience.
A beetle. We never fought one of those.
Oh, you ready for this?
No.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Stupid
yeah.
question.
Zap that sucker!
I don't think I can.
Damn! My sap isn't sticking to it.
He's instant.
Uh-oh.
His shell is too strong.
Wait. We have to.
Wow, he is insta-dead.
Okay, I tried to butt. Well, he
Is
changes
the-
directions weird.
Ow!
This? Oh.
Yeah, some... Lure him over on top of this?
Yep.
Ow!
Oh, rude.
to lure him onto those things.
Why double?
Triple. I'm dead. Blood.
Shoot it! Never mind. He didn't even stop on it. Fuck. What the fuck? This beetle is a bitch.
Got him.
What about these pits, Cody?
Yeah, we figured it out now, game. You're so helpful. Why did he just change directions like that? That's not how charges work.
I figured it out. Got him. I'm smart.
If you're going to do a
wait.
charge, they need to go in a straight line. They can't just turn directions.
I don't even like the wasps.
Sliding.
So why are you on their side?
I'm a mercenary. I fight for anyone who pays me food and shelter.
What food? Huh? Worms?
Worms?
Slugs? Larvae?
No, I'm a vegetarian and gluten-free. I get paid in nectar.
Oh, okay. Well, you know the queen? She has all the nectar.
Huh?
So if you help us take her down, you can have as much nectar as you want.
I can?
Yes, he can have it all.
Oh, yummy. Oh. What are we waiting for? Come on, jump on.
Hell yeah, we get it right.
Oh, here I go. Nectar!
Make it jump, Cody!
I'm trying!
Hey, Beetle, slow down! Cody, slow him down!
I can't! And stop backseat driving!
Ugh! More damn wasps!
Shoot them! Kill them, eh?
Stop backseat shooting!
Oh, nectar, yummy!
Too early. Ah!
Oh, is that nectar?
No, definitely not!
Kill it.
I can't get it.
Whoa! Cool.
Hey, you better not get us killed if you want that nectar!
Yeah! You
Yeah,
steer
you need us to
terribly.
kill the queen.
Nectar!
No! Still no! Shoot them! Nice one, May!
May, he's trying to eat the exploding larva.
That's a noise.
It's just a bug.
Doesn't let me target them very fast.
Explosives happening.
Hey, Beetle! We're running out of prey!
I got this! I believe!
He played drunk.
They're throwing their babies at us.
Oh, come on.
Gremlin! Sorry, Beetle. That was fucked up.
That was a little fucked up.
We promised him nectar. Oh, what the fuck?
Intruders! How dare you challenge the queen?
How much you want to bet I need to shoot inside of that
We
thing?
know you're not the real
Spell
queen!
Yeah, you're a robot!
Liars!
I'm not a
I'm
robot.
the supreme wasp queen!
She is our supreme wasp queen.
Exactly! Attack!
Attacker.
Smash them,
Oh, you
my
bitch.
soldiers!
Flora.
Ha! Your useless sap tickles!
Oh, listen to her! We're slowly chipping away!
Run, you pests! Is that supposed to hurt?
Yes.
What? You'll pay for that. No!
Oh! What the fuck? That wasn't fair. I was dead.
Here's a... Oh. Oh, now I'm dead.
Annoying! Soldiers, defend me!
Soldiers, defend me! That's what you sound like, stupid.
Oh! Perhaps you need another helping hand! High five!
Ow!
Oh, slash them up! Not so fast, little dolls!
There's a thing on it.
We'll take them down the tree!
What the fuck? Did we go backwards? Did you guys see that?
Have them good!
Ow!
Stupid fleas! Call in the airstrike!
No airstrike? What the fuck?
Bombs away!
What the fuck?
Spread out! Ease away?
Spread out. Got it. Oh my god. Ah!
Shields, swords, and now this?
Hands up!
Look at you scuttle around, land insects!
Ow.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
At least we didn't at the same time.
Okay, rude.
Ow!
Gotta get on the skate thing to get the bag.
My soldiers gladly die for me! Slash them up!
There's goo on her butt. Sword.
Ouch! Dead, hold on.
I'll send you back to the squirrels in pieces! Slash them up!
Goo on the butt.
To the butt! Aim at it! There we go.
My beautiful skin! Wasps! Cut them in half!
Oh god. Is that? Ah!
Oh dear.
Snip, snip! It won't hurt a bit!
Don't forget you can run.
Those simple squirrels don't understand my power!
This is a lot of scissors.
It is a lot of scissors.
Blow 'em up, blow 'em up. Oh my god. Back food. Good again.
Slash them up!
Fuck you guys. Doing.
Slash them!
Oh, rude. I was
See that
standing on that.
explode?
Yeah, where's the explosion?
Holy cow, we really pissed her off!
barely hold
Ah.
Time to seal the deal.
Yeah, I'm like 80% sure that's the same voice actor as Rakan.
Slice their little legs off.
Is it the thing she's hanging on? Oh, fuck.
We won't just stop with a tree. The house is next. Keep that horrible sap away from me!
It's too many wasps.
Ow! Knock them off already, soldiers!
Okay, now it's on there. About dang time.
Ow! Ouch!
Enemies!
Don't let them hurt me anymore! Those simple squirrels don't understand my power. Ow!
Why is it taking so much to break this chain that's already broken? She's wiggling. It should just break. Don't run.
Ow!
Why was that taking so long? It was annoying. I don't like that.
I am the Wasp Queen!
Why do I get the feeling it's that same, like, mechanical...
It's a bee!
I'm surprised. I thought it would be that one squirrel.
Oh, she's actually really furry and sweet.
Yeah.
No, no, no! I am the Wasp Queen!
Sweet, yeah.
No. I told you. See? It's a robot.
It's a stupid bumblebee!
That's me.
Oh, wait! Don't hurt me!
Look, it's Nectar! She's kept nectar from us!
Oh, don't take my nectar!
Uh-oh.
Yes,
Triple Silk, you think you mastermind.
Uh-oh.
And hello.
Hey!
Wait!
So that's why it's been playing Bumblebee all this time.
Shoot the nectar tank!
I suppose that's fair. Oh,
Let's see if this stings!
did you just say a cheesy line?
I also, like, I didn't want to say it, but I also think she might be Caitlyn.
What is that window from?
Why are there windows inside a tree?
Why is this bumblebee so fat? It's so fat.
So fluffy.
Are you okay?
You guys ever see a bumblebee's butt sticking out of a flower? It's so funny looking.
It
No
is.
longer a Wasp Queen. What's the point if you can't be special?
But you are special. You are one of the noblest pollinators in nature.
I am?
Yeah, of course. Bees pollinate crops
Do
that
bees'
feed
faces
90%
look like that?
of the human
I don't like it.
population. Without you guys, well, humans would just die.
He's right.
Really? So
Humans
I am
would die.
special?
No! You're a traitor!
Traitor.
And you two, why haven't you killed the traitor?
She helped save us.
Yeah, I'm special.
Yeah, and all the wasps have gone. I mean, we don't need to kill her, do we? Huh?
Oh, so you're on the same team now? Shoot them all!
Alright, time to kill some squirrels. Uh-oh.
Oh, damn.
Where did the... Wait, why didn't we get that kind of gun?
I don't know.
Hey, North!
You're lucky I didn't get one of those. I'd kick the ass.
Good luck.
Hey! Take us with you!
Hey! We just saved your furry ass!
Hey, come on, Cody!
I mean, to be fair, we did the same exact thing to the beetle.
You drive!
You did.
What? May, this is a plane! It's not a station wagon!
Just
Oh,
Where's
no.
the gas?
Oh, God. I'm not good with flying
Hold your
objects.
fire! Man the cannons! I want air coverage! Code nuts! Hunt them down!
He
Go,
sounds
go,
familiar.
go!
I'm thinking like most of this cast sounds familiar.
Oh, God.
Hey!
Controls are inverted.
You see? Never underestimate my underwear!
Oh, stop praising your pants! Focus on flying!
All right, I'm revving it!
Don't crash into anything!
Well, you just help me out and clear the way. Just shoot something! Shoot!
Wow! And I thought the match gun packed a punch!
God, no kidding! What kind of explosive acorns did they put in that thing?
Why is this one? Oh, we have a boost. Oh, God, that's worse. I don't like that.
Cody, the gates are closing! Pump it!
Going as fast as I can!
Wait. Game, please. The twists and the turns and the...
Ooh, you killed us.
Why is there roots in the way, too? I don't get to turn it sideways.
I like that the ammo's unlimited.
Ram, Fox, play squirrel. Let's try the other direction, Sophie.
Okay.
Oop. It's going well. Please no roots.
Cody, the gates are closing! Pump it!
Going as fast as I can!
Still roots.
No, it's still roots.
Bank left. Go under.
I'm trying!
Uh-oh.
Please be done with that. Oh no!
Gliders!
May, look!
Kill him!
Come on! Keep it steady, Cody, keep it steady!
I'm trying!
Go straight!
All right!
Oh gosh.
Shoot them!
70!
Faster!
Can't! I'm maxed out!
All right, well, don't crash the plane!
Turn
You're
around.
distracting me! Just take them down!
Oh, two down. Oh gosh. We're about to die again.
Incoming fighters behind us!
We'll deal with it. Oh god.
Sharp
Help.
shoot, May!
Good luck with that one.
Oh fuck. Ugh. Oh gosh.
We got more trouble ahead!
Oh god. Oh god, I gotta. Pick a door.
Right.
More
Fine.
planes behind us! Evasive maneuvers! Careful! It's basically made out of sticks!
Yeah, well, you drive the
Plane's
sticks
not
thing.
looking too good!
Gosh.
Whoa! This is escalating quickly!
This is fine.
Hey!
Forward.
I can't!
Oh my god.
Much longer!
Forward.
I don't remember which way is forward.
Gotta get us out of this damn tree. Bye.
What was that?
That was your gun.
Time to say goodbye, little doll. Can't wait to smash your wooden face.
And I can't wait to kick your furry ass!
They said another square. You got this.
I chew on you for breakfast.
Oh my god, am I?
Hey! Hey, how's it going up there?
Cody, steer the plane!
Okay, just kick his ass!
Hey,
Just keep flying! I've got this!
Take it easy, May!
You guys are pulling it that way too. What the fuck was
Watch his move!
Go die!
Hey!
I'm out of these!
Away, little twig. Hazel that!
You did it!
My squirrel battalion will avenge me.
Kick his ass! Damn! Damn!
Oh, go get up there, May! Oh, no, the wheel! Oh, no!
Hold on, Cody!
Remember rough
Oh,
landing!
losing my grip!
I'm here!
We help you.
Gross.
You're saying
Whoa! Whoa! That was close!
You're welcome!
Oh, frick.
Yeah, thanks, May.
I want to be
May,
done with
that
flying,
fight,
though.
That was epic!
Yeah. Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, well, you know, on to Rose's room.
Yep. Hang on!
This is some weird steering. It's okay. It's okay. We're both steering it now.
Look at his underpants flutter. Stop it.
Hey!
Straight over.
We need
No,
to.
the other way.
No.
You think the squirrels will be mad about the plane?
Well, they shouldn't have stolen from us in the first place.
I'll never look at a squirrel the same way again.
Okay, pick a side, pick a side, pick a side. The pants don't have. The underpants don't have a health bar, at least.
Yeah. Thank goodness. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
That's
Narrow.
close.
Narrow miss.
Hang on!
Hey, there's the shed. Oh, and our house.
Aim for
Where?
Rose's room. The window's open.
Okay.
Here we go.
How are we? How? I don't think this is how a glider works.
I don't think it is either.
Oops.
Ow. What?
We were far on the other side. What do you mean? Okay. Are you kidding me?
At least we don't have to go through all the fire again.
Hey!
We're fine.
Doesn't
We
count
made it.
unless if we're on the outside of the map, apparently. Wait for her room. Okay, it's gonna auto aim, hopefully. Oh, now she's gonna ask you questions.
I'm unconscious.
Look who I found, Moon Baboon.
Moo
Remember
boo.
him?
So Graham Fox is the squirrel chief, and Victoria
you have that
Wiling
headache
is
again?
the bee.
Okay. I won't bother you.
All right, kid, you see, mom's
But
asleep.
when
What the
you feel
fuck?
better, maybe we can play with Moon Baboon again. And all the other space toys you got for me.
All right,
We
this
haven't
kid,
played with
I
them
got
in
a
a
problem
long
with this kid.
time.
She's clearly stupid, but that's probably because she was raised with dad.
Oh, and I talked to Dad. I think he wants you two to become friends again.
I don't think he said that.
Just wanted you to know.
Yeah, mom didn't say anything about, like, anything right now, but she's acting like she was scolded.
You can do better.
Without hurting myself? No. That's a dream catcher.
You're supposed to burn those after they catch your nightmare.
Well, you're only supposed to buy them from the tribe that makes them, too. Otherwise, it's appropriation. And the colors on that one implies appropriation. Hey, we're in the room.
Made it.
That is the last
Get
time
ready
I'm
to
flying by
cry.
the seat of your pants.
Oh, haha, you're a real comedian, you know that?
Oh my god, the puns.
Look, there she is.
Oh, I
Well, that
miss
light
her.
is cute.
Do you think she's okay?
The little sun.
She looks fine. I mean, she's playing like nothing happened.
Thank
Get your
goodness.
feet off the bed. You
Let's
just got
go talk
shoes
to her.
on.
Yeah, but we should
Her
be
bed.
careful. We don't want to scare her.
Yeah.
Are you
Who
saying
has
I'm
to
too
do the
harsh with
sheets?
her?
No, I meant she might get
Probably,
scared when
Cody.
she sees us. I mean, look at us. We've turned into a couple of dolls, remember?
Of course I remember.
Are you really ready to talk to Rose?
Why not? She's our daughter.
Well, can you talk to her without fighting each other?
Of course
No.
we can.
Rose isn't the problem. He is.
She is. What? You see, I don't think you are ready.
Wait, is he trying to stop us?
I think that he is. And are we
Kill
gonna
him.
let him?
Burn him. Oh wait,
No.
we don't have our stuff anymore, Sophie. Why does he explode into rose petals?
I don't know.
Wait. What if we can't make Rose cry?
Oh, we can make her
have to,
cry.
or we'll be stuck like this forever.
Easily. You just be like,
I have a
Rose,
few
we're
ideas.
divorcing because it's your fault, and then she'll cry.
Look, we'll figure something out, okay? We just
Why is he
really
breathing like
need
that?
those tears.
I don't know. I
The
don't
bigger
like
the
it.
better.
Teleporting with the power of love. That's a fire
lot of
hazard.
pillows.
There is.
Pillow fort. Rose and I made it.
They all died in a house fire, and
Messy,
that's
though.
actually why they're like this.
Yeah, well, you haven't played here lately.
You must have.
Oh no, I'm
Aw.
not allowed here.
Whoa,
Rose
what the
calls it
fuck?
mommy space. No, as in
What?
outer space.
Oh, I didn't know.
Because you're always working.
Cody, let's not discuss that again.
Square.
Just saying.
I like
Where
it.
are you? Oh, we play a video game?
Sweet, check it out. My old Hayes
Also chart
boys.
game.
I guess.
Okay.
Looking forward to blowing you up.
Your first
Oh,
hit's
it's
on me.
pink.
You won't hit a thing.
Oh.
Come
Oh man, you got me.
Perfect strike.
I can't see! I hate these games.
Did I actually win one?
Battle and the war.
War is bad. Make love, not war, baby.
Ooh,
Ew,
that's
don't say
nice.
baby. I don't like that.
Oh, I
Bunny
love
ants are fun.
stars.
Wait, am I going the wrong way?
In there. Nothing. I remember correctly, I think in this level there's a reference to other game, A Way Out. They did that game too. Ooh, stars.
Right, light show.
I wanted to do A Way Out. It was on sale for like $2, but somebody had already played it.
Hey, Cody, over here.
Where? Ooh, where are you?
Over here.
Oh.
What are
sock
these?
bop 'em.
I've never seen them before.
I gave it to Rose.
Hey, Vincent, you think you're gonna get away with what you did to me?
Oh, this is
Come
The Way
on,
Out
Leo. You're
reference.
still pissed about that? Just drop
Mouse
it
Mer- Oh,
already.
here it is.
Are you crazy? I'll never drop it. You just wait and see. Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna kick your ass. You ain't doing shit. You're
You
a
gave
doll,
these to
Leo.
a kid?
God damn it! And as smart as always, I see.
The way we were just standing there default posing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is cute. What is it? It's cute. Is this supposed to be a space station?
Maybe?
Hit the level and make it squares.
It got little.
squares.
Lose the way.
Blue squares.
Look! Rose is on the other side. The gate is blocked by something.
Yeah, it is. By some kind of force.
Poppy, that was green.
Oh, look! A video game!
Maybe they're connected.
Poppy, you turned it green, not blue. These are blue circles.
You need to wait, but
Green's my favorite. Enter password.
Oh, wordplay. Lovely. Ah, it's got something to do with hacking.
never mind.
You know, I thought hacking would be way more complicated than this.
It's just a game, Cody.
Is this still the game?
I don't know, but don't let it win.
Oh, mash. Mash harder.
Dang it, it's too hard.
Whoa! Whoa, what's
What happened?
happening?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Whoa!
Bye. Where are we going? Abduction.
Where are we?
Collaboration. Do bamboos do that?
How do you know my name, traitor?
Because I bought you in
Bamboo?
the Space Museum.
Baboon.
Liar! Rose handpicked me at the Space Museum and commissioned me for a special mission. I am the only one who can protect Rose from the dark side of the universe.
Well, we're also assigned to protect Rose. As her parents, we...
Stop lying! Your mission is to make her cry!
Make a
We
new
really
Chinese
need those
song
tears.
before
The
it's
bigger
like
the better.
or the
I don't have a
walls.
floor.
What evil
back
planet
walls.
are you from?
No. There's been a misunderstanding.
What planet am
See,
I from?
We just need to get a few tears
Saturn.
from Rose to...
You won't
Also,
squeeze
thank
a
you for the
single
blessing.
teardrop from Rose!
I
You'll
count
be
my
stuck
birthday by
here
Saturn.
forever!
Count my birthday by Saturn. I won't become
Forever?
42,070 until
Ever?
another 28 years.
Oh my god, I'm having a panic attack.
Are you gonna
What
remember
should
that?
we do?
Nope.
In space, no one can hear you scream.
Oh, for goodness sake, Cody. Don't be stupid. We're not in space.
What? Just where are we?
Listen, Rose and I have played with her space
Why do you get
toys so many
shoes?
times. I just need to find them.
My tootsies are out.
Here they are.
Because you're clay and I'm wood.
Hey, Cody. Try this on.
Oh, snug.
Went right on.
Wow, it works.
What are you doing?
Oh, cosmic inflation. The inflation theory behind
I don't
the
like
Big
that
Bang.
word.
Just stop it! Just turn it
Stop
off!
inflating him.
Amazing.
Hey, just turn me back to normal!
Do you want to get out of here or not? Then we need to use cosmic inflation. And
What is that?
space boots.
What the fuck? You already had
Defying
shoes
the
on.
laws of gravity.
You already had shoes.
More shoes.
Woo!
How comes you get all the cool gadgets?
Because I'm cooler than you, Cody.
Fuck you.
I could write you a song.
Let's find a way out of here.
Next time, can you not buy Rose a crazy space monkey, please?
Well, she was the one who picked him out.
Yeah, and you paid for him. It was terrifying.
He was just protective. Like you would be if someone threatened to hurt Rose.
Yeah, well, we're not hurting Rose. I mean, we just need her tears so she can have her parents back.
Agreed. Now let's move on.
What if I'm tiny and jumping on that? Can I be tiny to jump on that? Okay. No.
Ouch. I got bug zapped.
We have liftoff.
Wait, what are we doing?
I don't know. Gotta open the door somehow. Not sure how.
Well, if
Not
I'm
like
large,
that, I
I
guess.
am still flammable.
Oops.
What the fuck are you doing? Oh, you can go
Oh,
over
and
the
on the
top of
ceiling?
it.
I can't though.
Yes, you can. There's a gap.
There's a gap. Oh, there's a gap.
Okay. Let me just be really tiny. Do not let go. I'm very slow.
Please don't drop it.
Yeah.
That was rude.
Oh, you're fine. You're over here.
Well,
Thanks, Tom.
that must be Moon Baboon's communications tower. There's a control room at the very top. If we can
My
get
feet
up there,
glow.
I think we can make it out of here.
You can push the button now. I think the kid gets the imagination from the parents.
Whoa, what's going on?
It looks like some kind of force field. Let's ride it.
But we don't know where it goes.
Maybe it takes us out of here. Come on.
We'll find out. Up.
I can't stop spinning!
Wee.
I see you escaped from your cage, traitors. Mark my words, though. You won't make it out alive.
He really needs to take a chill pill.
Ignore him. Look at those portals. I think we can use them.
I'm not sure this was a good idea! Oh my god.
Plasma ball.
Now that was one hell of a
Oh
ride.
man, I always wanted one of those as a kid.
I did too. I still want one. They're really easy to find now. Ugh.
Which way?
Roll.
Oh, I see. We gotta run this way, I think. Or... Oh. I think you can push it.
Oh, I push.
The door's open.
Woo! I love this Tesla plasma.
Well, keep on running, May.
Woo! It's tingly.
It's not supposed to tingle through the glass.
Keep rolling.
I'm trying, but it's acting like I'm caught on something.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. Now, how the heck do I get up there?
Good question.
Over.
What do I do with this?
How the heck do I get over? Oh.
Trying to
Oh.
figure that
Bring
out.
down. Come down.
Oh. Gotcha.
Okay. Up, please.
too heavy.
Oh.
Become
Up,
tiny.
please. You just call me heavy. Don't squash me. You gotta go to the side so I can go in.
You're heavy. Can't scoot. There. Okay.
Okay. Why? Holding? Whoa. Oh, good. We don't have to walk back
It
ourselves.
teleported us. Yay, teleportation.
Yay, not having to do the same puzzle backwards.
One portal down, 2 to go.
Yeah, we got this.
Dun 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 dun. Whee!
Wait, where'd you just go?
The ball one. Okay. Bye. It didn't give me a button to jump off of it. Hey, you can stand on the planets.
No.
Oh no, I don't like the looks of this.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm fine.
You know, UFOs are actually real.
Oh, here we go again.
Are you listening?
Always.
Liar. Oh. Okay. I think I gotta swing this for you to get on it and jump across.
I don't know. Oh, wait. Let me get up here.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah. I made it.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm heavy and slow. Okay, ready?
Go that way. I think I go that way. No.
I could've. You missed the B part.
Okay.
Bam. I'm coming. This is a run for the record. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright.
I
Back
could've.
for you.
Please. This time for sure. No!
This time. Hey, there's one right here.
Kick it.
Belly.
To infinity.
And beyond. Whoa. Oh, I'm standing underneath it. Fine. Whoa.
You got me.
It's fine. This is fine. It's fine.
You can't get on the next one. Yay.
Bam. Okay, do you want it like angled this away, or do you want it
No,
straight
angle
on?
it straight on. I made it.
Very good. Do I need up there?
I don't think so.
See any way to get me up there?
Working on it. Give me a minute.
I bet I have to wall jump between here.
Buttons.
Okay, not that one. Not that one. Can you do the first one?
I'm gonna do all of it.
Okay, they recede though. Stuffy, you're going top. Stuffy. They undo themselves.
Okay.
So like we're gonna zigzag across.
Yeah.
Awesome. We're getting the hang of this.
Don't fall now.
And not the bus of me. Hello.
Oh no. Uh-oh. I fell.
Tiny move. Yeah.
Look at him go. So tiny.
Teleportation.
I like the
Me first.
No!
We'll never know.
All right. Just one portal left.
Brilliant!
Which one is it? This one? This one.
Ah, the pressure is incredible!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that
Not
was
this shitty
intense.
Ugh. Okay, so I gotta go. Wait. It won't. Okay.
Oh no.
Yep.
Uh-oh. 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 Where'd you go?
I died.
Do I have to go back for you? Oh, okay. Wait, so we keep going.
That's nice.
That's trippy. Uh-oh.
Oh, jeez.
What pound? Can you crouch inside?
Oh, maybe. Ah. That was scary. That was so scary.
Look how tiny I am.
So tiny.
Oh. Mm.
I don't know.
You have to pound on these spot together. Nope. Smaller. Nope. I don't know. I can't. I don't know what it wants.
We could try to pound again at the same time.
Oh.
Oh!
The way
There we
you
go.
just splat.
Big space boots are great! Woohoo!
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I got a bad feeling about this. I got a bad feeling about this.
You ready?
I guess.
You ready?
No, yes.
Too much? What if just a little bit?
Got it.
I'm fine. Look, world's greatest dad. That's me.
Wait, no!
Oh.
My world's greatest dad mug!
Oh, relax. Rose can buy you another one.
With what? She's a 6-year-old. Okay, I'm gonna get closer then I do that.
Ooh.
Whoa, that was trippy. Geronimo! I gotta... Oh, here you go. Jump on. Oh. That's freaky. Oh, do I need to be big? Hold on. No, I can't pick it up big. Oh,
Ah.
bye.
Ah!
Can you... No. No? Okay. Oh, here. There we go.
Ah.
I got a Maybelline. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh god.
Oh dear.
Look at the thing smiling like suckers. Uh-oh.
Wow, okay. Wait, which way is up?
You're all right, May. Look, I'm up here. I mean, down here.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, crap.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God. Okay, too tiny, too tiny, too tiny. That one was complicated.
It was.
That one was
My brain hurts.
Well,
That should be all of them, right?
I think so. Good teamwork.
My brain hurts.
How does your brain hurt? I thought Renji had the brain cell. Why am I still here? Wait. Oh.
Gotta go through the...
Oop. Which way are we turning? Oh, pull the stars up.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, I really like being weightless. It's like being in real space. This is fun.
This is not my idea of fun.
Oh, so now we even have to argue about what's fun.
I'm nauseous, okay? Throwing up is not fun.
Hey, hey, hey! Stop fighting, you two! Focus on the mission!
I mean, if it gets the goo out your belly, makes you feel
I'd rather
better.
not.
Yeah.
Throwing up is worse than being
blah,
nauseous.
blah, 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 blah.
Oh, blah, 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 huh?
Yeah.
What is
Blah,
that?
Hard discipline.
That fear of throwing up
Just
thing.
don't forget,
Yeah, blah, blah.
Oh, shut
See,
up, you two!
I have postnasal drip. Turns out my dad does. So I get like goo in my stomach, and it's like
Up or down?
I'm going up.
Weren't we already up though?
I don't know. We look. It looks
Another
like a
set
different
of
place.
portals.
All right, let's get to it.
This one.
No, this one.
No, this one.
This one. You picked all the other portals.
Rosie's sworn protector, I will never let you make her cry. Be warned.
But yeah.
Was he saying something?
Something. I think Tiny you jumps on this one.
I'll get there eventually. There's like tiny rocket ships in here. They don't explode. Ah! Tiny me falls through the grate. I learned a hard lesson today.
I think Big U gets on this. Hold on. Yeah. Or maybe little you gets on that side, and I fling. You're so tiny. Whoa!
Whoa, that was crazy! I could see like...
Oh, well, glad you made it back in one piece.
Oh my god. You did that on purpose. Tuppy. Oh no. This offie disconnect, guys. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Internet?
Yeah, I guess so. Like it was weird. Everything disconnected.
Yeah, I didn't read what popped up. I was trying to butt pound.
That was weird. Like, it disconnected my phone from Beaverger, too. That was weird.
That was weird, indeed.
We have been going for 4 hours, so... It's almost 5. Do you want to continue this next week, or sometime?
Sure.
Since the internet said, hey, take a break. Let me get us over here. Do you want to keep streaming, though? Like, I'm gonna end, I think, but...
No.
Okay. Then
Let's
let's
see
find
who we're
somewhere
gonna
to
raid.
go.
Oh, look.
That was weird, though.
Live with channels we think you'll like. Sophie Scores. Front page.
Ah. Oh, you Fracture's playing It Takes Two.
You guys could watch Minecraft with D.
Or... Afogato's doing art.
Is anybody
He's
else
pretty...
playing It Takes Two?
Oh. There's probably someone.
Oh, there's a few people. Okay. There is so many VTubers playing this right now.
Well, good.
I'm going to send you to Clover because I don't get to raid Clover very much.
Ooh, what's Uniclover?
Clover Song.
Clover Song. Where's Clover Song?
Clover is playing Silent Hill 2. It looks like it's
nice and
the
spooky.
remake one. Okay.
All right.
Thank you
I'll
guys for
send over
joining
to...
me. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye, you. Thanks for hanging out with us today.